Okay, welcome back to this Wednesday, 28th of May, Carpark Council meeting. Next on our agenda is item 4.1, which I'd like to move. Can I have that up on the board, please? Move something other than, there's some word changes in there. Oh. Blow that up. So it just remains the same, except on item B, we've added paying a UAGC. Approves the introduction of a target rate of $185,000 or $14 per rateable property paying a UAGC. So that's just clarification, really. Okay, to be equally shared by the three Kaipara museums. I'm moving that. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Howell. Okay. Presenting this from staff is Jessie Allison. Welcome, Jessie.
And Sue.
Good morning.
And Sue, sorry, Sue, I didn't see you up here.
Good morning, councillors, mayor. So this is a decision paper where council would decide on introducing a targeted rate for the three Kaipara museums. Council consulted on the community on the introduction of a rate, and here in this paper we've analysed the community submissions. So there were four options in the consultation document. Option one was council's preferred option, and that had no targeted rate. Option two had an equally shared targeted rate of $14 per property. Option three had an equally shared rate of $20 per property, and option four was again $14, but it had unequal sharing of the rate according to the different museums' financial needs. The council was clear in the consultation document that the Mangawhai Museum loan was to be forgiven under all options except option 4, where there were specified amounts. So there was a good turnout of submissions. There were 388 submissions total, with option 1, no targeted rate, being the most popular overall, with 36% of respondents choosing that option. However, if you aggregated those that selected option 2, 3 or 4 as being supportive of introducing a targeted rate in some way, there was a clear majority of 64% of ratepayers supportive of introducing a rate. There was an even distribution of respondents across the district, with each of the three Kaipara wards accounting for approximately 1/3 of the submissions. In addition, the wards felt largely the same, with clear majority in support of some form of targeted rate across the three wards. So of the targeted rate options, option 2, the equally shared $14 rate was the most popular. However, the $20 option was only 5% less popular than that. Staff have concluded, therefore, that option 2 is the community preference. And in the recommendation, that's why we've chosen to recommend that today. Council will note that any decision on introducing a targeted rate will change the revenue and financing policy, and that the Mangawhai Museum loan will be forgiven. There were a number of themes in the comments of the submissions, which have also been put into your report. And initially it was proposed in the consultation document that the targeted rate would be on top of previously signalled rates rises of 8.9%. Due to savings on rates made elsewhere, we're now confirming that rates increases would be at 8.3%, including the targeted rate, or approximately 8% if council does not introduce a rate today. Finally, there was an out-of-scope submission received regarding the car park expansion near the Mangawhai Community Park. It's outside the scope of the museum rate consultation, so all we're doing is just asking council to agree to note that submission, and that you're directing staff to investigate and advise the submitters on what steps they need to take on that matter. But basically they'll be needing to go to some governance committees to put forward the costs, etc. Before we move to your questions, I wanted to address some of the questions that have been sent through already. Councillor Vincent asked if the consultation is invalidated because we had said that the introduction of the new rate would cause rates rises to exceed 8.9%. And on this, we just confirmed the process is still valid. And we also agree with your comments that there may have been even more support for a targeted rate had that been known. Councillor Vincent also asked whether council can choose an alternate targeted rate of, say, $17 per property. The answer is yes, and you can decide that today.
Okay.
In the options section of your paper, we've given all of the councillors the financial implications of different decisions that could be made today, such as not introducing a rate or introducing a rate of a different dollar amount, or you could choose to specify amounts to museums as well. And we're just noting that particularly for the Mangawhai Museum, a targeted rate at $14 per property is not really enough support required, which is why staff had put option 4 in the consultation to begin with, specifying dollar amounts based on needs. So we have reattached the financial analysis that was done for the 3 museums, and we do note that a lot of the community in the comments of the submissions against the rate being shared unequally. So yeah, from here you're deciding on the targeted rate amount, and we've proposed $14 as a community preference. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for that summation. Questions? Councillor Lambeth.
One quick one, was the 4th museum considered, the Vintage Machinery Club? Was that ever brought into the conversation or considered on your part?
No comments came up about that at all.
So no.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question on the methodology. So there's a clear winner, option 1, by miles of all the other options. So unless in the option scenario, the first winner, or whatever the option it is, wins by more than 51%, it will always lose. So you are negating, in a way, the clear winner by adding up the failed. Is it the right methodology?
I think if you just based it on the number of people that responded and how the number of, while it was the most popular option, number 1, no targeted rate, there was 64% of the people did want some form of support for our museums. So I think it was clear the majority was for a targeted rate.
The difference between first past the post and STV.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, thank you, Jesse. Sue? So I will move to have first say on this. Yeah, I think it's pretty straightforward. It's been a good process. It's been undertaken. I know there's been a hell of a lot of discussion around this because, you know, the museums are pretty important to our whole community right through. And there's no doubt that they need support. There needs to be other avenues in the future where they can, you know, up their patronage, up their income and become more secure. Councillor Howard, you were the seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, agreed. It's been a robust debate and great to have such level of submission from the ratepayers. I think I'm interested in one element that came up, and a couple of suggestions about to minimise costs and all that is to have one museum. Just wouldn't like to be part of the discussion about where that might be located if it ever was to happen. But, you know, certainly it is an issue. There is no doubt that there is an issue with these museums and being able to sustain themselves financially well into the future. So, you know, I know that some have done marketing initiatives and continue to look at those, and that will be needed ongoing. I do support the whole principle of a targeted rate, but I think that, you know, this needs to be understood that there's no more in the trough, and so we have the targeted rate, and we've got to build their sustainability around that. So I will be supporting.
Do any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Lambeth, followed by Councillor Nair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, when we analyse this, it's the big thing is that the full amount collected from the targeted rates will be divided by thirds. As a ratepayer, if you're living in Mangawhai, you're probably going to get less bang for your buck because there's a larger population here paying those rates. The Mangawhai Museum is a far less population, so they'll get more bang for their buck if they're a resident in that area. And Dargaville somewhere in between that. We must also consider that their previous operating budgets, I know for a fact that Dargaville has been very frugal with their their finances and have operated very much on a volunteer basis and off the smell of an oily rag, but they also have the Vintage Machinery Club, which is there and is not receiving any funding in this model. That in itself is a significant museum of its type with the machinery, but also with other aspects of it. I hope that the Dargaville Museum spend their money wisely and invest in it in promotion, because it'll be a windfall compared to what they're used to being operating off. I'm hoping that they will also show a friendly hand to the Vintage Machinery Club with their plan going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you.
Yeah, as I said before, I don't like the mechanism by which we decide in favor of options by putting option in a scenario whereby the best option is ignored or the most popular option is ignored is not probably the right way. I call it a contorted option, with many people successfully objecting have been option one, which was and defeating every other option by miles has been ignored. I call it cannibalizing the people's hope by putting them a $14 per year rate for the rest of their lives on two museums, which are especially important, Quarry Museum and Mangawhai Museum, which are running on salaried employees, huge salaries, and they have never been disclosed to us who gets what. So the ratepayers are bearing the burden of those people who are operating it dysfunctionally, always at a loss, not able to pay 100,000 for. So I'm dead against this proposal, and I would like to thank all the people, 39%, who put the heart and soul in saying that we should not be supporting it because hardly anyone goes there. It's a good idea. I would like to support them by giving grants if they are functional enough to make good use of it. Both museums get huge grants. $500,000 Quarry Museum got as a grant, which they blew it on $899,000 of salaries. So I think we are just playing with ratepayers' money in a bingo game or whatever you like to call. So I'm dead against it. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wish to propose an amendment to the motion, or two amendments actually, so that the effect, I haven't done the maths, but the effect of amending the dollar amount from $14, $17 in paragraph B, so that the total amount modified accordingly. If someone else could, from the staff, could work out the maths on that. And then the second amendment being to delete the third paragraph. And I will speak to that if I find a seconder.
Okay. For the chair, is that approves the figure list of the
Pardon?
Would you like to put that up on the board, please?
We want to delete part C, is that right?
Yes,
Yeah.
Which is,
regarding the $100,000.
Brings up to 225,000 instead of 185.
Someone able to do the.
Yeah, 224,642.
24.
Yeah.
So once we get it tidied out, Mr Mayor will put it on the screen so that the council knows what's been moved as an amendment, and then you'll call for a seconder at that point.
That's right.
Aye, yeah.
So councillor Vincent, that is what you're moving, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a seconder? Councillor Aaron Wilson Collins. What are we going to move to now?
Councillor Vincent gets to speak to his motion, his amendment now.
Okay, councillor Vincent, you can speak to your amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr Mayor. So what's behind this? Firstly, my view is that to forgive the loan means that the ratepayers from across the whole district are paying for it. To forgive the loan would establish an undesirable precedent. Now, I'm not sure if I need to explain what a precedent is, because I know no one was able to demonstrate that to me in relation to the Raupo Drainage Board House saga. And I would like to find a solution which works for both the museum and saves the council some money. So I'm relying on a submission here. So, Richard Allspar came up with the viable solution. It's a grant from the Mangawhai Endowment Fund. Now, as you may know, the act that under which that fund was created states at section 8 that funds should be expended by the council for county purposes that benefit or tend to benefit the district. And section 2 defines district as the area of land adjacent to the endowment lands previously vested in Mangawhai Harbour Board, now vested in the council, and any area adjoining the Mangawhai Harbour. That's without an H, by the way. So bear in mind that the museum has already received grants totaling 387,000 from the council, including 316,000 from the Mila Fund. So that source looks like an entirely appropriate space to get the money from. Now, in my world, $100,000 is actually a lot of money. And I think it's worth finding a way to resolve this issue with the least impact on the general ratepayer. And that's the reason for proposing this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, councillor Larson.
Thank you, your worship.
Through the chair, we need to allow the seconder.
Oh, sorry. Seconder, Aaron Wilson Collins. Process is everything.
I commend councillor Vincent on his amendment. I was sitting here interestingly listening to everyone because whilst I do support the museums, and I think an introduction of a targeted rate is a good idea. I haven't been sold so far on the forgiveness of the loan. I'm hoping, I was hoping that there would be some indication as to why the $17, but that's okay, don't get a right of reply. So we'll never know. But the loan itself, there are actually a couple of submissions that provided other options. And I do think that there are other options available. I guess my concern with the forgiveness of the loan is how does council respond in the future when it has loaned money to another organisation
Like
that
a
is
precedent, maybe.
struggling financially? How do they respond to each and every request moving forward? There's an element of fairness attached to it as well. I was really surprised when I was reading the submissions to notice that not a lot of submissions mention the loan, because a lot of people have talked to me about it. And they felt, the general consensus was they felt it was unfair that every option that was consulted on, or almost every option, included the forgiveness of the loan. So I was surprised to find that people didn't submit so much on that. So I think not forgiving the loan today, I don't think that necessarily precludes that we're asking for it to be repaid by the museum. I think there are other options available, and yeah, I wonder if there would be appetite around the table to explore those options further, and in the meantime, introduce the targeted rate to help support the museums.
Okay, councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I have a bit of sympathy for some of the views that have been raised, and see this as a legacy issue that we've inherited. And I think that if council was to ever be in a situation where it was asked to make a loan to a community group, again, and I don't know that there are any other examples on our books, this might be the only one, I'd want to see that the group had some skin in the game. You know, like if you have a trust that wants to do a big project and borrow money from the council, i.e. the ratepayers, then they need to take responsibility for it and have the members of the board make personal guarantees for the loan, so it doesn't fall back onto the ratepayer. And then if they're happy to do that, then they're serious about it. If they're not happy to do it, well, maybe they aren't going to make it work. But this is a learning, you know, this is an issue that we've got to mop up. It's not going to come right on its own. And it's all very well for submitters to sort of do a parochial argument about the general rate having to be paying for something. The general rate is paying for a lot of things all across the district. You know, we've put in from general rate collected across the whole district about 2.2 million to propping up the operational shortfall for the swimming pool. We've got multi-million dollars worth of rehabilitation work being funded out of the general rate for the town hall. You can't just pick off one little thing under our oath to represent the whole district and say, I don't like that one. That doesn't fit in the box for a parochial reason. You've got to look at the whole district, and we've got legacy issues across the whole district, things that need fixing. I think we need to put this and move on. We didn't cause it, but it's ours to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And thank you, councillor Larson. I tend to concur with you there. I think that my understanding was, and I think that there's a little bit of understanding required on this loan. It can be an emotional thing. And for whatever reason, I'm told that was the way it was done 10 years ago, that the council promoted, the then council promoted the idea of the loan, rather than, as other museums have had, grants. And I'm not sure, I can't find out just how much there has been granted. But of course, you give a grant, the money's gone. It's used for something. There's no comeback. Now, we're too far back for us to ponder why it went this way of a loan. Frankly, it would have been better to have been done by way of grants. You know, we would see that now. And I think that the accountability that Councillor Larson talks about is something that needs to be addressed when we're building these facilities and through ideas from individuals in the community, or ultimately for the benefit of the community. So I am a bit torn on writing off a debt that is there, but the truth is, there's no way it's coming back. And so, as Councillor Larson talks about, the legacies that we have and which have been way expensive and don't draw the fire that, say, this $100,000 has drawn. I think the words are right from Councillor Larson, is that time is to close the book and actually, as a council and future councils, need to learn the lessons of where these requests come. Hopefully we would never, I don't think that we're in a position to loan anybody any money in the future. So there is a mechanism in place and we don't need to. So that's probably not all that clear, but it's a reluctant necessity to move on from what.
Okay, so who else is in line to speak?
I am here.
Not to the.
Up to you, Mr. Mayor.
No, you can speak, Ash, wait.
Everybody gets a chance.
Mr. Morris, can I make an amendment to amendment or should?
No,
we
you can't.
Next one.
Okay.
Well, I can speak to this, the good part is that I am in line with what the proposal of the motion has provided, that we should not be giving the forgiveness because it sets a precedent. And I think that's a very good point. I also in line with the seconder's comments that why we are compensating those people again by giving a bonus from $14 to $17, which is not suggested at all, because those $3 per person will literally pay off 100,000 in a couple of years. So I cannot support this motion, unfortunately, on that basis. So maybe I'll have to put another amendment to back to $14. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Lambeth?
Yeah, since we've been given a second chance here. I can't support it going up. Targeted rates are a pseudo rate rise and we've got to be very careful of it. We've got a majority who said that it was the lesser amount and we've got to stick with that. As to the $100,000 loan, I know when we have a look at it, it was a previous grant or gift or loan from a previous regime. They haven't got the ability to pay it off, but I've also got to warn people, we are going to be spending a lot of money on the town hall and we don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot because we are going to spend many more than this on the town hall to get it fixed. So in light of that, we get rid of that. The president that we can repair the town hall. And in light of that, I'll be voting against it. Sorry, Mark.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak? All right, so we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, raise their hand, say aye.
Aye.
All those against?
Against.
Against. Okay, I think that's defeated. We go back to the substantive motion, is that correct?
That is correct, Mayor.
Where were we with that, team?
So you've had yourself, councillors Howard, Lambeth, Mayor, and speak to it. So you can open it up for further discussion.
Okay, there's not spoken on the substantive motion. Okay,
I haven't, but I don't think I've got anything to add.
okay. All right, we're going to remove his right of reply. I don't like precedents. I don't think we set them. We should always be as a council go case by case, look at each individual situation as it arises and deal with it. And
Like a rapid drain house.
so yeah, I think we've gone through this, we've pressed it around. I think this is appropriate. So we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, raise their.
Let's take it in parts.
Can we have it in parts?
Yes, Mr Mayor, so you can take the motion in parts, so you can vote on each individual
Yeah,
part.
okay. So, do we do that by raising our hands or should we just go through it as a?
You just do it just by vote, by voices and raising hands if you wish.
Okay. So the first item notes the decision changes the revenue and finance policy. All those in favour, raise their hands, say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carried. Approves the introduction of a targeted rate of $185,000 or $14 per rateable property paying a UAGC to be equally shared by the three Kaipara museums. All those in favour of that, raise their hands, say aye.
Against.
Against. Motion carried. Approves the forgiveness of the Mangawhai Museum loan of $100,000. All those in favour, raise their hands, say aye. Aye. Against.
Against.
Can I have my vote recorded?
Against 3.
So for that item, you would like to take a division? Is that right?
No, they would call for a.
Yeah.
Ask for
For a division, thank you.
Sorry, I didn't quite hear what you said
I
though.
just called for a division, thank you.
You did.
I have now.
Okay.
Okay, so that goes part C.
So,
Councillor Howard,
4.
councillor Lambert,
4.
Mayor Larson,
4.
councillor Nair,
Against.
councillor Vincent,
Against?
councillor Williams, 4. councillor Wilson Collins,
Against.
Mayor Jepson.
4.
Motion carried.
Motion carried. Okay, thank you. The next one, item D. Note the submissions received from the three Mangawhai clubs which are out of scope to this annual plan to 25-26 and request that staff investigate the proposal. All those in favour of that say aye. Aye. Against? Motion carried. Right. We'll move on to the next item on our agenda, which is the annual plan changes. Let's have a look at the. Okay, I'll move this. Can I have a seconder, please? Someone wants to second it?
Oh, yeah, I can second it.
Councillor Vincent.
So just clarifies, is that, now that we've got that previous decision, is that figure of 8.3% still correct?
Correct.
Cool, that's all.
Okay, so we have once again Jessie and Sue, thank you.
Thank you. So this paper is on the annual plan 2026, a journey we have been on for several months now. We've previously had a council briefing in February where staff presented options on changes to the budget and council were asked for their input. We also had the early March council meeting where council gave further direction on changes to the budgets. There is a lot of pressure on staff for this annual plan as there have been additional briefings and hearings due to the decision to take the museum rate out to consultation. And we also had delayed adoptions for the long-term plan and annual report last year, which affected workloads and information flow. And this is also the first budget we're preparing with our new budgeting software, IBIS. So we're undertaking a lot of work around key funding policies, such as revenue and financing policy and development contribution policy. So just quite a lot of work for corporate services. So we are getting closer to adopting the annual plan and it's just very difficult for staff to make changes after today. So this really is your last opportunity today to feedback on any changes to the budgets. So anyway, this report is to update council on all changes that have been made since we last came to council on the annual plan. We're seeking approval for the changes to budget that staff have made. We're also providing council with the draft financial statements for the first time, which will form part of the annual plan document that will be brought to council on the 4th of June. At attachment A of your reports are all the operational cost changes to the budget. At attachment B, all the capital changes and anything in red text has been amended or added since the last report to council. So there have been some further savings that staff have found, as well as one-off costs to include in the budgets. So you previously gave direction to maintain average rates rises of 8.9, and we're really pleased to confirm, based on the draft figures, that average rates rises are now at 8.3%, and that includes the targeted museum rate that was decided on in the last paper. So the most notable recent changes to inform you about are the savings found in Treasury, net interest costs where debt and cash balances were reviewed. Those savings found have been offset against the upcoming legal settlement costs of $405,000 that you also heard about today, and also the museum targeted rate. The balance of those savings found have been passed back to the ratepayer. We also had the Roadport LG floodgate project requiring additional budget. This is a $4.6 million project. It's funded so far by central government, however, requires additional budget of $730,000 total, which has been reported to council. Staff were initially seeking additional funding from government, and when that was declined, we're able to find some offsets from other capital projects that come under budget of $385,000. Which left a shortfall to fund of $345,000 for the Canal G project. So previously, if you remember back in February and March, council briefing and meetings, we discussed that there were $1.1 million of one-off costs that we needed to fund, and they were being funded out of savings found in the 2025 year. And those were from interest, Treasury interest costs and employee vacancy variances. So as of the end of last month, we're now under budget by 1.9 million in those areas. So we've therefore funded this 345,000 required for Canal G floodgate out of those savings as well. So that rates are not increased as a result of that. Oairangi floodgate also became urgent works, requiring funding affecting those targeted ratepayers. And just attachment C in your report, you'll find the full capital works project list. It shows a revised program for 2026 of $50.2 million. Carry forwards are still expected to be 16.5 million, which results in an indicative capital program of 66.7 million. The draft financial statements are at attachment D. Overall, the biggest change you'll see in there is on subsidy revenue dropping quite substantially, and that's just a result of the revised roading budgets following NZTA confirming the subsidised roading program budgets and council decision making last November. So I'll just quickly respond to questions that have been sent in already. Councillor Vincent, you sought clarification on the OPEX change, just about the roading activity sales. So just confirming that is correct. There were some income streams of roading, such as traffic management plans, rural record numbers, and vehicle crossing revenue that we hadn't put in the budget before.
I thought that related to maybe like sale of land.
No.
Road.
Councillor Vincent, you also asked to clarify whether the $500,000 in the project list for the Waiatua Dam upgrades was still required, given that council may hook up to the new dam water supply for Dargaville. So just confirming, we're not committed to the Te Tai Tokoro Waters Trust Dam for 2 years, and this information is coming to the briefing. The 500,000 is needed for maintenance that's required on the dam, and we're looking at whether we can raise the height at one end slightly. So happy to take any other questions.
Thank you, Jessie. Any questions? Councillor Vincent, Councillor Lambert, followed by Councillor Naya.
Thank you.
Just a bit of humorous one. Can we raise the water up one side and not?
Raise the dam side at one end.
That's fine. Just going back to the museum. Now, we're talking about a 0.3% increase with that targeted rate and the $100,000.
Yes, that was already in.
So if the $100,000 wasn't there, it would be a 0.2% rise.
Well, roughly, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just wanted to clarify that the 100,000 wasn't on top. It was all included in that.
it was already.
Thank you.
Councillor Naya.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just two clarifications. One on page 45 PDF, you mentioned the Dargaville Koparu Stock Bank establishment, and you've taken off minus 3.4 million as now being completed by third party at 1 million cost. Is it signed in concrete that that's what's happening? 1 million?
My understanding is the agreements are still being finalised.
So why Okay, so I would like to see the agreement before I cite them there.
So through the chair, this heads of agreement has been signed and will be brought to, we'll have discussion at the briefing next week.
So how can we decide on it which is not yet presented to its point of order or whatever the word is? How can you?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Just be mindful here that some of this is public excluded information too, so let's just be careful about what we're talking about.
We are putting.
Bear with me, councillor Naya, if you let me finish.
Yes.
Would be good. You had an extraordinary meeting in January and you delegated authority to the mayor and myself to work through that agreement. The heads of agreement has been signed and that's what we're enacting here today.
So that's what I'm trying to say, that the things which we have decided in public excluded. And then when you go to the open forum, you're going to give the background of what is being done in the open forum. The public, we are talking about transparency in council, right?
So there are contractual issues that we need to work through, councillor Naya, and that's why that material is still in public excluded. It's coming to a workshop, which is public excluded to you next week as well, to give you some more detail on that space.
Okay.
So through the chair, the government has announced that they're putting in the stock bank.
Yeah.
That's, the announcement has been made and that they will be funding the majority of it.
If the cat is out of the bag, why not the people should know? Anyway, the second question is on the Agawil Northern Wairoa War Memorial Partial Cat. Is it the final figure, 2 million?
That is the additional funding required. The total figure is more than that, but I can't recall it off the top of my head, but that was the additional funding
So is
required
it
for
4
town
million
hall.
now?
I think it was more like 3, but I'll have to double check.
Okay, thank you. We're just like, it'll be good to have a confirmation or confirmed figure in annual plan because literally it's ending up in rate rise. So every dollar you put in there should be, vetted. Thank you.
Okay, Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's very pleasing to see a reduction in our projected rates increase. However, being a supreme optimist, I just wonder whether there is more to come. But for instance, thinking about all these uncompleted capital jobs and maintenance, is there any saving to be come from that this year? Because we did utilise some as retained earnings last year.
Through the chair, what you normally do with your retained earnings is not spend it before you actually accrue it. So we've taken accounting licence because we're pretty optimistic and sure that we are going to have more interest in the bank. We're not going to pay so much costs for our capital projects because we haven't been completing them at the rate that we originally budgeted. And we know that we are 18 staff down on our employees. So we know that the things that we have promoted to be paid from retained earnings will be able to be funded by that. But normally you wouldn't do that till the following year. Yeah. So we don't want to overestimate for this year. If there's any next year, we'll tell you, hey, there's an extra $500,000 next year or whatever. So you've got to wait till the end of the year.
Benefit the ratepayers will come through of these uncompleted projects next year.
It could be some more money. We will look at that once we do a,
Through the chair, just to clarify for Councillor Howard, the debt levels in the financial statements are assuming that the capital programme is finished from the current year that we're in as well as next year.
Yep.
So it could be next year if the capital programme isn't completed, that would be in the same situation that we are now where we have surpluses.
Okay, next question, Councillor Rachel Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, it is great to see a reduction in it's down to 3%. I just had a question in the roading program. So we had emergency funding bar rate of 92% for the emergency works, but we had got, originally it was 82%, so we've had a 10% increase. Are the savings reflected within this rate increase of?
No, to confirm, we haven't put that into the budget because the announcement for the first year came after we'd set the budget. And again, it's only just come through confirmed that, that we're getting that 92% for next year.
And also through the chair, there was an amount we had to spend before we could accrue that. So we hadn't, at the time of writing this, we hadn't actually hit that level of expenditure in order to claim the 92%.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've got a general question, I suppose. It seems to be a perennial issue that we get to the end of the financial year and find there's still a heap of uncompleted projects that we have budgeted for to complete. Is there a consistent reason why that's happening? Like, are we just consistently over-optimistic, or you've got personnel turnover, or what that's actually contributes to this? Because it seems to be better than last year, but there's still a heap of dosh and projects that will be carrying over into the next financial year.
Through the chair, I think we are optimistic, and I think we've had too many projects and not enough project managers. So that's been the problem in past years, and obviously we've now got a PMO, so it should be more controlled, and you should be getting good information each briefing.
I guess as elected members, we maybe need to hear from you when you see there's going to be a problem in completion.
Mr Mayor, I'll take that one too. So, you know, we did set up that reporting in each briefing on the projects. So there are a number of, I suppose, factors at play when it comes to the capital spend in the capital program. And this is no different to any other council I've ever been in, to be honest. But, you know, we have got a PMO now to focus on that. So we are realistic. We are reducing the program to try and be as realistic as we possibly can as well. But equally so with a small organisation like ours, as soon as you have a bit of churn and a bit of staff going and a restructure, that does cause delays as well. So I think we're perennially positive as far as the number of projects, and that applies to you as a council as much as it does for staff. The other thing I would say though is, you know, what was, you know, financial years are a great first point and start point. Projects don't work that way.
Really fit, yeah.
And there are significant, and you'll see in the briefing papers next week, that there are a significant number of projects that are crossing the financial years as well. And that's just normal too. So we just need to take all of that into
anyway, yeah,
as well. We are very focused on our capital works program, and with the new PMO working really hard and really well, setting up all our processes this year, we're really confident we're going to be in a better space moving forward too. So,
are you planning any further restructures?
Sorry?
Are you planning any further restructures?
Not unless I have a direction from the council. But no, I don't. I'm not planning on anything.
Totally good. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just to supplement it, on these uncompleted projects, can I understand, please, the effect on roading? I think that I understand that we've got a full team pretty much with roading through Downer, and they're managing it. So is that correct? And therefore the roading side is not really affected in the same size?
I think I'll take that too, Mr Mayor. So we've been quite open with you about our roading progress in every briefing as well. We've been signalling that the Downer contract, the maintenance operations and renewals budget will be utilised fully by Downer. And that's really good news. They're doing some really good work out there on the roads. The SLIPS program, the $16 million SLIPS program, we've signalled that it's going to be just over 8 million is what we're going to deliver this financial year. And thanks to the infrastructure out there cranking through that at the moment too. So we've been quite transparent and open about that. We're very thankful that NZTA Waka Kotahi have extended the FAR rate for another year in the emergency space, and that's great news for council, and actually manages, we're going to de-risk the program because of the weather and all that sort of stuff as well. So from a roading perspective, we're in a really good space there.
Yeah, thank you.
Further questions? Thank you, staff. Statement which for myself, yeah, look, I thank you, Jesse and Sue, for those breakdowns. It's interesting. I just want to make a little about projects that are relating to dealing with flooding. That's real work. So one day we'll get to a point, hopefully, when the capital spend on some of this floodgate stuff will get to a point where we've got that completion where it's only enough. Well, we've done some work, haven't we? And there's still some to come. So it's good to see that that's continuing and we've got a handle on it. That's all I have to say, Councillor Vincent.
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I've not really got much to add other than to thank the staff collectively for all the work that's gone into getting us to this point. I'm comfortable with what's been presented to us and yeah, I appreciate their effort. Thank you.
Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Nair?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, we can only do as much as is presented to us. But I would like to see those emergency works, the flooding we got, the money we got, which was substantial, and much of it has been approved by NZTA at a higher far rate, will actually be used after 2.5 years of event. So looking forward to those capital works, $16 million to actually happen. I'm looking forward to the day when we can probably proudly say that we have fixed it for 10 years even. And otherwise, as I said, the numbers are numbers and we are just based on many premises and they will change. What is more important as a councillor or as a mayor is to be transparent, because that's what we promised according to lifestyle. And if we don't do that, I think we're risking the faith people have in us. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to make a statement? Okay. So I get the mover's right of reply. I actually think we're one of the most transparent councils in the country in terms of what we tell our ratepayers. We involve them in everything but what is particularly commercially sensitive. So and sometimes that's required. We have to do that. So that's all I have to say. All those in favour, raise their hands. Say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carried. Thank you. All right, 4.3, local waters.
We're going to break, I believe.
Oh, we need to have a wee break for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
5 minutes.
Okay, welcome back to our Wednesday Carpark District Council meeting, Wednesday, 28th of May. Next on our agenda is item 4.3, local waters done well. Can I have a move for that? Yep. Councillor Howard, can I have a second?
I can second this.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you.
Okay. So presenting this item is Sue Davidson, General Manager, Corporate Services. Thank you, Sue.
Thank you. So this item is to talk to you about the consultation we did on local water done well and the proposed recommendations coming from that. So the council went out to consultation on the only option that was likely to be financially sustainable, and that was a multi-council controlled organisation. From the feedback we got, it really isn't clear what the community wanted or really understands, as we only had 66 responses. It isn't a lot from a community of 27,000. So the recommendation there is basically noting the submissions, and because they were varied between, I think, option 1 and option 2, and then actually requesting that the new working party, which has met once this week, that they work towards the first option of multi-council controlled organisation, second of shared services, because that one's like to be more financial than actually going on our own with an in-house business model. And that's what the government, the process is quite well defined by the government. We've now, all councils had to go out to consultation on their preferred option, but obviously we can't go out and demand a multi-council controlled organisation because we're at the mercy of Whangarei District Council and the Far North, and to some extent the Far North District Council. So I'll leave it at that. If there's any questions.
Okay, any questions, Councillor Nair?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one question. So obviously I'm missing something. The stormwater was never part of this, right? It was only wastewater and
Water. That's right. The government
will stay in-house all the time.
So that's up to each council to negotiate with whoever the new, well, whoever they're going to partner with, if any. So yes, in the beginning, when we were looking under the Labor government, it was 3 waters. Now it's only 2 waters.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Thank you, Sue. So, Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, well, you did right. I would say it was a disappointing response level, but nevertheless, it was a response, and probably for a lot of ratepayers, they may look upon this as out of sight, out of mind, and they may think that what happened to 3 waters might happen again, and this ultimately will go away. But the reality is, we have a role to move the council forward under the current regime and current rules, and we have to protect and look forward to what we can do with our 2 waters. So there is no doubt in my mind anyway that what we've been told, that it is unsustainable for us to consider anything ourselves. I mean, I'm told that our debt levels will be excessively high within a relatively short period of time, and so we won't be able to. We wouldn't be able to sustain work in that front. So I have mixed feelings actually on this, moving in with Whangarei and Far North District. You know, we can only hope for other options that might come in the future, but right now, this is the best option that we have. There's not much more we can do, not much more that we can do. So, you know, I have to support this.
Thank you. Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah. So looking at the option chosen, option 1, 60%, I don't really care whether it's 66 or 660. I'm very pleased that we are going this way. Multi-council controlled organization is the way to go as per the local government minister, as per common sense. And yes, we don't have the money to spend hundreds of millions of ratepayer money on these things and choose a model which may not work. So very pleased with this and all for support. Hopefully the working party is not announced yet, I think, will be considering options on both east and west. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Rachel Williams.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to say that even though there was a small amount of submissions, I think it's pretty clear there is support for the multi-council controlled option. As a member of the working party, we had our first meeting on Monday this week. It was great to actually get together for the first time. It was all very positive around the table and very informative. So, you know, I look forward to the next meeting, actually. We decided to elect Mayor, the Whangarei Mayor Vince Kokarulo as the chair, and we have support from David Hawkins as our expert advisor around the table. So, yeah, very positive.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, it's interesting to see if this is just going to end up playing out like just another version of Three Waters, instead of Two Waters, and it'll just eventually devolve into that situation. And then when you're up with the RMA reforms, the prospect of amalgamation is quite real. And I think we need to be aware of that. But also I would commend to the members of the working group that they watch it, as I pointed out in a previous email and related correspondence, be aware of our commitment should be rated per connection rather than per ratepayer. Because I think of anyone, we would be at least as disadvantaged as anyone else. I'm not too sure we're far north, whether they would be at a similar rate of unconnected ratepayers, so to speak, disconnected or whatever. Yeah. Okay, so that's my only things to say. Thank you.
Wish to speak? Councillor Aaron Wilson-Collins.
Yeah, I'd just like to express frustration at the entire process that we're having to go through, and I think central government has done a disservice to local government in this space. The new government, when they came in, they could very well have tweaked Three Waters and taken out those polarising issues, made it their own, repackaged it, and Kaipara would have been just as off as it would have been
Way better.
No, I mean under the original Three Waters. It was actually the best solution for Kaipara because of our debt and because of our ageing infrastructure. Wasn't necessarily the best solution for every district in the country. I understand that everyone was in a different space, but for us specifically, it was like a pot of gold at the end of a rainbow. Instead, what central government did was take it all away and tell us to sort it out ourselves. And the amount of money that must be going into sorting it out ourselves and then being forced to join together anyway into what is a lesser form of entity A is just the most ridiculous waste of time and money I can ever imagine. So that's not anyone's concern here because we're just doing what we have to do. But if I don't say it, I might just pop. So if you, central government, thank you.
Okay, anyone else wish to have a say?
Yeah, I'll leave some.
Lambeth.
Yeah, just to follow on from Councillor Wilson-Collins, the fact that the stormwater and surface water has been taken out of where we in the Kaipara are one of the biggest disposers of stormwater for all of Northern, and we've lost our major game plan. We've been weakened down, which is also very, very frustrating.
Thank you. Yeah, as one of the members of the working group, it's certainly a complex issue and there's a lot involved that we need to get our heads around. And the interesting thing for us is that we're, you know, the smaller district with a small fry in the whole game. So, yeah, the question I'm asking myself is, because we're a small council, how do we actually use that to our advantage? Because there's got to be some there. We leverage ourselves into a situation where we can get the best out of this, and that's what we've got to do. Okay, so there's a lot of water to go under the bridge yet, and I recognise Wilson Collins' frustrations with how long the process has gone. We've gone from one thing to another thing. It's very political, isn't it? So, yeah, our CE, Jason Maris, has been working really hard with the other CEs on this. It's not just the working party that works on it, it's the advisors such as David Hawkins, who's very knowledgeable. There's some good people in there. Vanessa from, what's Vanessa's surname again? Blacklock from the DIA. There's some, there's a lot of people putting a lot of hard thought into trying to get a good result for communities going forward. So let's make sure we get the best out of this that we can. Thank you. All right, final right of reply is Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that everything has been pretty much covered. I don't think that there's any doubt that we're disappointed in the fact that central government can't have on some thing, and infrastructure keeps coming up at a national level. It's a major factor that we are not good enough at, and certainly by having tit-for-tat challenges between parties impacts us so hugely. But nevertheless, we've got what we've got. We need to move on. I believe, and I'll say it now, that this is just the forerunner of amalgamations and a bigger conversation on amalgamations. But we'll see what comes out of this. I applaud the suggestion that's been made that what we can do by the mayor about, you know, what we can do as a small council in terms of contributing. I really encourage their working group. We're on the front foot and really keep Carpark support and have the right initiatives brought in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. We'll put this to the vote. All those in favour, raise their hand. Say aye. Aye. Against, motion carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 4.4, adoption of fees and charges, 325, 326. Can I have a mover for that, please?
Well done. Moderator.
I'll move that. Can I have a second it?
My head in the noose, Your Honour.
Councillor Vincent. And presenting this item is Joy Howard. Welcome, Joy. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Mayor and councillors. So I'm here to get your approval to adopt the fees and charges for the 2025-2026 period. Take the report as read. Met with you on the 14th of May at the deliberation meeting where we discussed the submissions made, and a resolution was made at that time, and the fees and charges have been adjusted accordingly. Is there any questions?
Any questions on this? We've had lots of briefings on this, I believe.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joy. Said we've had lots of briefings to get to this point, so I'm happy with where we're at with this fees and charges. Councillor Vincent.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'm practically lost for words to commend this proposal to you. So I probably should leave it there.
Thank you. Any other elected members wish to try and speak?
I am speak. That's good. I can always try. I may not speak.
Okay, so I get to wrap that up. I've said my bit. Thank you very much. All those in favour, raise their hand and say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carried. Item 4.45. I want to move this one here, and there's some changes I've made. Can I put that up on the screen, please?
The development contributions policy.
Contributions.
My meeting is. Got to give them mistakenly there.
Can you read that? I can see that.
Things in all different places.
Okay. Can you blow that anymore, then, or what? Okay. Okay, the Carpark District Council agrees to not include the wording specified in section 12.7 of the draft policy for Papakanga development and developments on Whanua Maryland as outlined in this report. Agrees to include provision in section 12.7B 1, 3 and 5 to enable minor and secondary dwellings under square metres to be assessed on a pro rata basis. Approves the consultation document and proposed draft development contributions policy as provided in attachment A of this agenda report for public consultation subject to decisions made at this council meeting. Delegates 3 elected members, Deputy Mayor Jonathan Larson to chair, Councillor Gordon Lambeth and Councillor Mike Howard to form a policy panel to hear submissions and deliberate on any matters raised in verbal or written submissions and to make recommendations to council for final decision. E, delegates authority to the Chief Executive and Mayor to make any necessary drafting or presentation amendments to the consultation document and proposed draft development contributions policy, correct errors or omissions or to reflect decisions made by the council prior to final printing and publication. So I want to move that. Can I have a second there? Councillor Larson. So presenting this is Catherine Overwater. Welcome, Catherine.
Morning. Afternoon.
Catherine Overwater, Manager Policy and Planning, and Michael Day. Welcome, Michael.
Awesome. All right. So obviously we've met already several times to talk about the development contributions policy, and hopefully today we can get an approval to get it out for consultation to get some submissions from the public. Obviously there's a recommendation you've just been through, but just a couple of quick points on the recommendations. So we've covered off, obviously, we talked at length about the Papakanga developments on Māori-owned land. So I've given you 2 options to consider, and obviously, whichever way the decision goes today, important for you to know that the reason that that's being put forward in the recommendation is so that we can give effect to the legislation and also follow the Whangarei District Council policy, which was the direction to the team back when we began this. The second point, just on the second and subsequent dwellings and minor multi-unit developments, there was discussion at the briefing around the issue of charging a full DC for minor dwellings. And so I just need confirmation that we are to in fact include provision to apply an assessment on a pro rata basis for buildings under 100 square metres. So I've also given you the options there if you want to proceed with that or take it out. And obviously not having it in there means that we don't have the ability to do that. And there's obviously a little bit in the report around the Granny Flats proposal, which we don't know what that looks like 100% yet. So just consider that. And obviously the key changes that you'll all be most interested in are the development contributions charges table, which has been updated to reflect the project. So the projects list has been updated, which gets fed into a model, and then it spits out these numbers here, which are the proposed DC charges. And I've given you the comparison between the current DC charges and the proposed charges. So you can see that apart from Bailey's Beach, all of the DC charges are set to increase, some more significantly than others. And that's obviously to reflect the projects that are in the project list and to try and appropriately collect DCs for those planned projects from the projects list. So that's probably the key changes that I needed to cover off. I guess if there's any questions, happy to take some.
Okay, questions, Councillor Rachel Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wondered about the decrease in the stormwater fees in the Hibiscus Beach. Is that because this projects or your revised costings or?
Revised revised projects. So there were a couple of projects that were previously in the projects list that have been taken out.
Okay. Yep. Thank you for the clarification.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Yeah, I have a couple of questions, if I can find them. Catherine, thank you for that. It's very clear in terms of what's happening with the changes. I just have a question, obviously, that is based on extrapolation of residence number and probably the private plan changes or whatever, you have considered them all happening in this period of LTP, right?
Yep, so just to clarify that, so the policy, as we've talked about previously, would apply from the date that it's adopted.
Yeah.
So that does depend on when the subdivision applications for the private plan change are lodged.
Yeah.
We know that some have already been lodged, which get caught under the current DC policy. But any future subdivisions, if they come in as this applies, yes, they would be factored into that. Yes.
Just a supplementary to that, if I may. So based on these changes, if you come to page 18, you see the wastewater treatment, probably one of the biggest affecting increase, especially in Mangawhai, Dagaville and Kaiwaka.
Sorry, page 15 of the policy or?
18.
18.
Up on the.
Okay.
Page 18.
Well, this talk about the treatment.
15.
Wastewater.
No, I said,
Page 18.
Yeah.
A little bit.
page 18 tells you the charges for wastewater and all. So you look at the chart where you see that what is the present contribution and what are the proposed going to be for these three cities. They're significantly increased.
Yes.
Now, I'm not getting into the thing that Mangawhai or whatever they have increased, 45,000 or whatever, but these are based on what? Is it based on numbers or is it based on capital projects undertaken?
So
Dagaville, Mangawhai, 21,000, 24,000 for wastewater treatment. But we have nothing at the moment which you can divide by residents or proposed developments and what is the cost of projects. So there got to be some hypothesis.
Councillor Nair, if I can direct you to the projects list.
Yeah. So Mangawhai, 45,000 on water fight.
Just allow her to finish, please. Just allow Catherine to finish. She's just looking.
Yeah, I'm just showing the figure, page 18, yeah.
So if you want a breakdown of where those costs have come from, come to the back of so I'm at page 44 now, which is the current, past projects, and then you've got your future projects.
Yeah.
So if you have a look through both of those lists, you'll see how the figures have been factored in there.
Yes.
Yep. And then obviously those go into so we've talked about the methodology before.
Yeah.
There is a model that sits behind this policy.
Yeah.
Numbers go into that model and it's forecasted based on growth, etc. And then it comes out with the numbers that you see in the table that's on page 18.
Mhm.
So basically, if we've got a lot of projects and lots of costs, that's reflected in that figure that you see on page 18. Does that make sense?
It does, but just a clarification on Bailey's Beach as well.
Yes.
You have added more, they have their own wastewater system, but obviously you are proposing another one or something. You have added 5 grants to the DC for them. So I'm just trying to figure out, is it just on the basis that these things will happen either way? And you start, won't it be detrimental to those places for someone who is doing the development, looking at the figures? Are they in relation to Whangarei or are they matchable?
So at the briefing previously, I mentioned that the development contributions that the total figures I'm talking about, were not out of sync with what other councils are charging for areas that are growing in the country. And that's still the same with the revised numbers that we have in front of you today. The important thing to remember is that it is growth paying for growth. So if a developer comes in tomorrow with their subdivision application, the money goes in the pot to pay for these projects, which might be funding things in a couple of years' time. So it's growth paying for growth is the key message there.
Interesting, thank you.
Okay, councillor Lambeth, followed by councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to follow on from that, one thing that the listeners out there inside world must realise is for new developments, it's not going to affect the people who are existing in that. But if we have a look at, well, the Bailey's Beach is a classic one, but the latest one to come to light is the Mangawhai Hills, where they have elected to do their own septic system within theirs because it makes it, they can do it at a cost competitive price. Would that be fair to say? So this is if they don't decide to do it in-house or within their development, then this is the true cost of what it'll cost to connect.
Well, yeah, I mean, Mangawhai Hills is a bit different in that was partly to do with capacity as opposed to DCs.
Yeah.
But some of their development in future stages, as I understand, will be connected to wastewater, so they'll incur a development contribution charge. But I mean, it is in the hands of the developers if they are proposing their own on-site wastewater, etc. They would need probably a special assessment or developer agreement under the policy to exempt them from the DCs. Yeah. But by and large, everybody is meant to come under this policy, if that is the correct answer.
So if they supply their own one, it's up for negotiation.
Well, yes, it would. They would have to negotiate with council. Yep. Yeah, if they weren't relying on our infrastructure. Yeah. And
what I'm saying is it's just not a fee for the development. It is a fee related to the cost of that connection.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
That's Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Catherine. Really good to have this and something really concrete. What I'm interested in is on page 4, you've got current DC charges and we've got proposed values, which are, you know, pretty much all increased. When were those current DC charges implemented? And we've been applying, well, the $41,897 for Mangawhai wastewater to many developers. I imagine that this was just done last year.
Yes, it was 2024 when you reviewed after the LTP. Yes, correct.
And so now, is it fair to say that we are much more up with the play in terms of current realistic DCs and being applied as immediately as can be, as possible, so that we can really capitalise on the opportunity these present?
I would like to think so, Councillor Howard. I'd like to think that we've done the best that we can to get all of the projects, including the latest and greatest projects that were in the CapEx project list. So we just did a reconciliation. That's why the report was late, because we were just finessing as close as we could. It could be through consultation that we discover another project or not, but I'd like to think that everything that we're presenting to you today is as good as we can get it.
Okay, that's wonderful, because, I mean, obviously it'll change. So the aim is now to update as regularly as we need to.
Every 3 years, it's supposed to be reviewed after your when you do your LTP funding round, obviously those projects that fall out of there are supposed to fall into here. And so that is meant to happen. But remember, this is a comprehensive review because we haven't actually looked at the nuts and bolts of the policy document since 2002, a long time, a very long time, too long. So it's not just about the numbers, but the actual policy and the wording, which was also causing some grief for developers as well as council practically as well.
I'm happy and I'm very appreciative of all the work that's gone into this.
Okay, councillor Larson, followed by councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you, Your Worship. With private plan changes in small to medium towns, where you have a lion's share of future development potential change, for example, Moonlight Heights, would it be normal for a council to actually go out and do a policy review after a plan change has been approved, so that you don't end up behind the 8 ball with collecting your development contributions after at the time that they submit the subdivision application? I mean, I look at the figures here and you've got in Dargaville for wastewater 8,000 and in the new proposed now 24,000 on the basis of that new growth.
Yeah.
And so before we even get out of the blocks, we're many millions of dollars behind the 8 ball on multiple hundreds of lots. So would it not be prudent to actually do a quick review under legislation, do a quick review and give a major rezoning like that?
To be fair, I think most councils do it to align with their LTP funding rounds, and obviously we didn't anticipate, 4 private plan changes in quite quick succession, which has been dealing with the policy teams for the last few years. I mean, it's always difficult to know, A, whether they're going to be approved in the first place, and then B, when they're going to likely lodge their subdivisions, and whether they're going to stage them, do them all at the same time, as we've seen with Moonlight Heights. They've put the whole lot in, whether it was deliberate to get ahead of council and our fees and charges, etc. But you're never going to be able to keep up, because the timing's just, it's tricky. Like even doing this review, I mean, we kicked that off last November, and here we are, 6 months later with a very fast track review. If we're in a good position, maybe yes, a quick review can be done, but legislatively we don't need to do it until the LTP round every 3 years.
That cycle doesn't.
It's generally what the LGA suggests in best practices. But I know what you're saying, Deputy Mayor Larson, and it is a unfortunate thing for collection of DCs, but obviously the current DC policy would apply to them because of when they lodged. And I suppose we could debate about when the collection of DCs should be taken, because that's something in the policy. But as I understand it from a legal perspective, the legal advice has suggested that it is from the date of lodgement of a resource consent application. So we can't get around that one either.
So if we had another private plan change come up in Dargaville for another 400 lots, and we did have our policy straightened out, and this had been adopted, and we saw significant additional cost coming, could we initiate a bespoke further review of the policy to get our new DCs lined up with the costs that were going to be associated with that?
I would be saying that it comes back to the LTP round, and again, we know that there's obviously another private plan change for Mangawhai, for example. We don't know the outcome of that yet, so it's just a timing thing, really, because it can take a year, 2 years just to see those through.
As soon as plan change is approved, you do know that growth is coming. At that point,
I think through the chair, there's nothing legally stopping council to do that if council collectively was of the view to do that.
Okay, I'll just leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you. So I've got further questions from Erin Wilson-Collins, Rachel Williams, and then Mark Vincent.
Thank you, Sue.
My question has to do with the Papakainga wording. You said in your presentation that the reason that you advised us to include it was to give effect to the legislation. So what is the words disappeared? Like, what's the bad thing if we don't include? Like, what's the effect of that?
Okay, so the Local Government Act, which is obviously the legislation we use to review the policy, requires, and it's a fairly recent addition in 2021, requires council to implement the preamble of the Tuaturi Whenua Māori Act, which, if you read the preamble, contains some wording, but basically, I think I wrote that down in here. It's about facilitating the occupation, development and utilisation of that land, i.e. Māori land, for the, I can't even read my own writing, of its owners and their whānau and hapu. So, for the benefit. So basically, council can give effect to that in many different ways. So DCs is just one option there. And obviously we're proposing it because Whangarei had that included in their policy, and it's not uncommon for other councils to do that as well. And it just means that we as a council can exempt those developments from DCs so they don't have that extra cost on top of the development. But remember that the scale of developments is very small, so we don't see more than a handful every year. In fact, I think we've only got 2 examples in Kaipara at the moment. And the reality is that that's probably going to remain the case because there are constraints, obviously, of developing Māori land. So staff recommendation is to include that wording to put it out there for public consultation. It's in the hands of elected members which option you go for. I guess I can't speak to the legal ramifications of not including it because I guess it's up to council to demonstrate perhaps another way that they can implement that under the LGA.
I don't expect you to know the answer to this question, but are we aware of any other way that we are affecting that? So the district plans one option. Is there any other way that we are?
Well, there are other options which are not in place at the moment. So some councils, waive building application fees or resource consent fees, for example. And those are other ways of basically implementing that clause of the LGA as well. This is just one way. What's that, sorry? Or reducing fees. Yeah, exactly. But that would need to be made obviously through fees and charges, schedule, etc. But this is just one other way of doing that.
One potential tool in the toolbox. That's
right.
Yeah.
But are we using any of the toolbox? Do we know?
Currently, I mean, I don't even think we waive pre-app fees and things like that, but the answer is probably no.
No. Okay. And then my last question is, when it goes out for consultation, will there be anything in that consultation document that mentions that could be included?
So you've got the consultation document here, which is included as attachment A. I haven't got anything specific to that because remember, this is just one clause of the exemptions part of the policy. So in the scheme of it, it's a very minor aspect of the policy.
Yeah.
So it's just, we haven't, put a spotlight on that in particular because there are many other ways and means of, where DCs would apply. And for example, the other one we've got for the decision today is the 100 square metre pro rata decision because that affects people doing tiny homes or other buildings that are under the 100 square metre thing. Otherwise, they need to pay a full DC charge. So that's in your hands as well.
But that is included. I guess what I'm trying to figure out in my head is if the paper goes out excluding the papakainga, how does the community know that that's even an option available that they can have an input into?
They wouldn't know probably unless they were looking at the comparison between the Whangarei policy and looked at that, but we're certainly not shining a spotlight on that particular clause.
Cool.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, next on the list is Councillor Rachel Williams, I guess.
Maybe I need to.
Councillor Mark Vincent's after that, follow up for yourself now.
I just have a few comments on the submission form.
Yes, yes.
When I'm looking at it, you've got the name and all of the details at the top.
Yep.
But then you've got, please tell us what you think on another page down the bottom, and up the top, it's got join Kaipara District's people panel. I just think if we perhaps put it on one page and you had their details and then what they think, maybe the people's panel tick box could be at the end of it. It just seems a bit disjointed on the page.
Okay. Yep. I can take that feedback away. We've got a team working on that as we speak. So great feedback. Thank you.
Next question is from Mark Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some clarification in terms of what we're agreeing to. The only document I've got in front of me is the one that we were provided with before the meeting. The Mayor has made one or more changes. Can we just have it clarified what the changes are?
Through Mr. Mayor, so we just put the recommendation back on the board for you. Would that help you, Councillor Vincent?
That would help, yes.
Okay.
And I would like someone, they don't have to hold my hand, but they could just point to the bits that are different.
I do believe there is only one change.
Is it only just?
And that is to not include the, in A, to not include the Papainga.
Change it.
And clause D as well, here as well.
And the name.
Yeah, well, and the names.
Got the D. Right. So does that still make sense?
Agrees to not include the wording specified? Yeah.
Yeah, but to say, as, just wondering if it was, since the report says that I suppose you have said there's those options, haven't you?
Correct. Yeah, it's a decision.
It's just the one doesn't comply with the law. That's okay. Right. So my other question was, how many Papakainga developments have there been in the Kaipara district in the last, say, 5 or 10 years?
Oh, so I just mentioned that before. I think we've got a total of 2.
Since when?
Since
Past 10 years.
past, 5-10 years. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
So, okay, this is a document about principles rather than practices or applications. So that's all my questions for now. Thank you. I think I was. Oh, so no, that's it. No, thanks.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, two things. One, obviously, in the consultation document, if he's saying yes, go ahead. For the sake of transparency, we clarify that all these development contributions, the revised one, are not applicable to all the private plan changes already approved so far. So the people are clear in their head that the projections which you have used are not based on the changes, because there is an anomaly. If you don't explain to people, you're saying the 700 or 1,000 houses will be from these private plan changes, but then they are not paying the revised development contribution charges.
So through the chair to clarify that, we've got Moonlight Heights in Dargaville.
Yeah, I'm not going in details.
And we've got 2 private plan changes in Dargaville that one has lodged a subdivision and the other has not. And then we have 2 here in Mangawhai, of which one has lodged subdivision and one I think Code Road has as well, actually. And obviously those private plan changes, Councillor Nair, we can't know the timing of when those things will eventuate. So it's not about saying they're not factored in here. They are. When their subdivisions come into council, they trigger the development contribution policy at the time. So if we approve this as planned, we're planning to approve and adopt this policy in September. Then from September, this will be the new charges that apply. So if they lodge their subdivision those are the DC charges that will apply. If they do it before that, those DC charges will apply.
Okay.
Is that clear?
And through the chair, part C of the policy talks about invoicing and payments, and it sets out quite clearly the timing of payments and when the charges will apply from. So it's quite clear in the policy.
Thank you.
Last,
Thank you. Just to come back to those numbers in Dargaville where we have the subdivision of that old rate of 11,950 versus the new proposed rate of 32,535, which is $20,585 per lot on approximately 200 lots applied for under subdivision, which is $4.1 million shortfall already before we get out of the starting blocks. How is that amount back into the model so that the numbers that we are now recovering can be recovered to actually pay for the actual growth?
So that comes back to the planned projects. So remember that the projects list is about the infrastructure to be upgraded for growth to accommodate that. So if we've planned to accommodate those private plan changes through the LTP, then that's how it should be factored into these calculations. So, well, it seems like we might be missing out on that money from, the developers paying their DCs under the old policy. There'll be projects that are under the old policy at the moment. We're obviously introducing new ones to start collecting. So other developments will have to pick up that tab, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
Other developments will have to pick up that tab, and if there aren't any, who will pick up the tab?
Well, it's about development. So if we don't have development, nobody pays DCs, do they?
Okay, so but on your calculations from your model, you've got a $4.1 million revenue shortfall before you get started. Could you not be taking that shortfall and factoring it back into the DC model and increasing the DC to cover that money to pay for the projects that are in the schedule?
Don't know if Michael or Sue have anything to add to that, but my understanding of the model is that it's not just a simple case of putting the private plan change costs in there.
So
I don't think I can.
That's right. No, they could change. So one day estimate. Not the actuals get put in. One of the actuals. But there could be some changes anyway.
Well, I'm trying to raise a fairly fundamental point here, though. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
okay. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just following on from Councillor Larson's point there, and it is an area that concerns me, is that council ultimately is always behind the eight ball with these DCs and collecting them. And we're not necessarily collecting them at a rate that will cover the cost in real time of developments. So I know that there is the rules and there's the policies in that, but I agree with, totally agree with Councillor Larson. Is there not some way that we can leverage that cost, that revenue loss that always happens? I mean, we've got, as you say, we've got 4 PPTs in here in Mangawhai. I suspect that some are only paying 24,000 for Mangawhai. So again, big loss. So I would encourage there to be a liberal look at policies and see if there is something that can be done within the rules. I won't say with that.
Is that a statement or a question?
I'm just trying to work that out.
Councillor,
Question, it was a question.
Answer.
Can we do something? Can we do something?
Councillor Rachel Iko. Question. Councillor Rachel Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question on the consultation length, and then when would we likely to be going to a meeting to adopt the policy? Is there a time frame?
Yes, there is.
Yeah.
So the 3 weeks is specifically because this is not, so it's not a statutory process. We're doing it outside the normal timeframe, so it's a voluntary review. So we've elected for 3 weeks to marry up, so we've got enough time to obviously deliberate on the feedback that we get or submissions. And then the plan is to get this back to you in August or September council meeting for adoption, ideally. So that's how quickly we're moving.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you.
Cool.
This is an important part of council finances, really, isn't it? When you look at going forward with development, then what are the reasonable and fair and appropriate charges are to pay for expansion of growth for infrastructure particularly. Yeah, that's all I've got to say there. Councillor Larson.
Councillor Williams and I have been banging on about getting this straightened out since the beginning of this term, and sort of had a very rough once over on it last year, 11th hour, and it's get this all finally straightened out. There are huge risks to us in terms of being slow around these processes. Quite a unique little situation where we have very small council areas that have had very, very little growth and then suddenly have huge potential growth. Make sure that we're collecting that revenue so that growth is paying for growth. Let's get this out to the public and submissions and see what it's about it.
Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Vincent, followed by Councillor Nair.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, my understanding is that if there's a plan change is completed, that doesn't, it's of itself trigger the liability for the development contributions to be collected. It's only when there's a subsequent resource consent. It won't necessarily be for the whole development at once. So if it's 300 lots, it's not necessarily going to be the case that they would put in a resource consent application for 300 lots in one hit. So it's the timing of the resource consent application is the critical thing. But obviously, the plan change is a signal that this, as Councillor Larson's pointed out, is that something coming down the line soon, and we can catch it. I thought that there was even an audit office recommendation that we have annual updating of our development contributions policy. I don't know if that's too scary to contemplate as one way to address that, perhaps. We'll always, I guess, be behind the 8 ball because we can't charge for anything that we don't know for sure is going to happen. So that's the tricky bit, I guess. Now, my other comments is that we are creatures of statute, and that if we are required by law to do something, I think we should. And also, I think there's a case to be made. This is down to the changes introduced, or the change in paragraph A introduced by the Mayor, which we had no notice of. And I think it's disappointing that these things happen without notice, so we don't actually have the opportunity for a more thoroughgoing evaluation. Maybe we should be seeking legal advice on the implications of not following the law, or whether it is just purely superficial and it's unlikely to be challenged. And the least perhaps what we could do is to highlight that in our consultation document in some way, just so that people's attention is drawn to it. And if everybody's happy that their council doesn't want to follow the law, well, that's okay. It just seems to me another example of how ideology trumps actual legal practice. Yes. So that's about all I have to say about that. Thank you. And firstly, I just wanted to clarify, was it okay for me to speak given that I had left for a brief time?
Pretty much, yes.
Okay, thank you. I meant to ask that first.
Councillor Nair.
Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to say a few words on this, obviously. I actually concur with fellow councillor Mark Vincent to the fact that these trivial changes, ideological changes are made without the notice of other councillor. I was not even aware of it, only came aware when he raised it. The second thing I would like to say is obviously when we go for consultation, we go on the basis of all those private claim changes which have been approved and which may come. In reality, they may not come at all. I think there's likelihood of at least one bigger change not happening. So all these developers who actually come to develop the Carpark place to be are loaded with those charges for developments which may not be, or the kind of infrastructure which may not even happen. And they are just scared of coming to Carpark, the place to be or not to be. I would say we have to be sensible in seeing historically for 10 years what we have done and based our infrastructure proposals, especially when we are talking local waters done well with multi-council model, to not even talk about increasing development contribution at this stage, because they are based on capital projects which may or may not happen depending on what the direction comes from the central government or other councils. So we are proposing something which is just perfunctory and as I said, based on numbers, based on estimation, and to be transparent, maybe we should declare to people when we are consulting that this is our plan, this is based on this, and this is we hope to achieve, and also make it public what goes behind the scene. So that's my way, and I would like to actually, as I'm speaking, or have I not spoken, to take that amendment back to.
You have spoken, Councillor Nair.
Yeah, or like someone else to do that. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins, followed by Councillor Rachel Williams, followed by Councillor Howard.
Development contributions policy review. Huge thank you to the staff for getting through this work and putting together the draft that can go out for consultation. I sympathise with the sentiments around the table that it's not a perfect science. It is a really tricky tool to get right because, like has been explained, you get private plan changes that come through. All of a sudden, you need some new infrastructure. It's a very the whole beast is just a little bit not lined up, which is frustrating. Agree with the figures that are in here. I'm really happy that we're doing the work. Yeah, just mindful that instead of going against community consultation, we're not even giving them a chance to consult on certain things. So I'm hoping that the people who are involved in council matters and like to submit on certain things will be aware of what the options were and be able to put their input into what could be a diverse policy. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, I'd also like to thank the staff. This is has been a huge review, done in quite a condensed time. So, yeah, I'd like to thank them for that. I guess like anything, this policy is kind of focused around growth projections. So, you know, we use metrics to guide us on that. There's always the issue that the growth might not come to fruition, so that's another issue that you would also have to take into account. But I think it's really important for any growth in our communities that we are collecting the appropriate amount of funds from developers, because that then lessens the burden on our ratepayers to fund infrastructure that's needed in high growth areas. So, yeah, I look forward to hearing what the submissions say when they come back to us. So, yeah, I'm just really pleased that we are going through this process and that we'll have our numbers right for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howard.
Thanks, Mayor. Yep, I too am deeply grateful to the staff for having worked through this. It actually, I think, starts to bring us up to a realistic level, although I still wonder when you look at a roading contribution of $342 with two big new subdivisions happening in Dargaville, how that works. And over the east, we're paying 16,300. It doesn't seem right, but you know, it all works to it. At least we've worked to a model. I wanted to ask for clarification of something Councillor Vincent said earlier on about the application of DCs to plan changes. I think you intimated that, you know, you did right. If there's a 300 section plot, it won't all be resource consent at one time. Mangawhai Central is a good example of that. But I think the point that was missed was that, in fact, when a plan change is submitted, and I'm asking this to get clarification, when a plan change is submitted, the DC that is in place at that time applies.
No.
Oh, that's what I'm asking.
Well, can you clarify that for us, Steve? You got a comment?
I'm going to have to get the team to come back up to ask that question.
Yeah, you would just hope.
Yes, for the chairs to be clear, these states are not it's only when we see resource consents, not.
So you get a plan change and the applicant could sit on it for 10 years and not pay any dues until they actually do the titles.
They actually do the.
So then the DCs are applied then at the current rate.
The rate
At the
current.
resource consents. Good. Okay.
Right, when the subdivision or land use consent application is lodged by the council.
Okay. Anyone else want to make a statement? All right, I'll
Statement like Councillor Howard's.
I'll wrap it up. Yeah, I had a meeting yesterday with some people from Rodney, and they were talking about Auckland's DCs. I think they were something over 200,000 now.
It's gone up.
Definitely an issue we have to keep on top of because prices change and, you know, with inflation and all the rest of it. So we have to be nimble as a council to keep up with reviewing those DCs. As far as changing the resolution, we have an option too in here which should talk about the issue of fairness and equity between Maori-owned land exempt from paying DCs versus general freehold who would not be exempt. I did quite a bit of reading on Carpark housing last night actually, and it seems to me that what happens with a lot of the housing that's actually paid for by government funding, and they pay those DCs as part of that process. So let those DCs fall with government so that we collect them. And everybody's, you know, got to pay their way. Okay, I'll move that. All those in favour, raise their hand, say aye.
Can we take it in parts, please?
Against?
Can we take it in parts, please? I asked before. You didn't hear me.
It's already been put. Let's do it. All those raise their hand, say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Against,
Carried.
I'll go against the whole thing. Thank you. I'll have my vote recorded if we're not taking it in parts. You might want to turn your hearing aid up, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we're going to break for lunch. What time? 1:30. Okay. Right, welcome back after lunch. 28th of May, Wednesday, Carpark full council meeting. Next on our agenda is item 4.6, reserve contributions recommendation. I'd like to move item B and item D. So under distributions of funds, item B is removes from the reserve contributions use of policy in reference to a percentage of the funds collected as reserve contributions to be allocated to district wide. And under public contestable funding, D removes any reference to a public contestable funding round the policy. Do I have a second?
Yes.
Councillor.
I have to get my head along.
So, Mr. Mayor, are you happy to hand over to Sue to introduce?
Oh, yep, thank you. So,
Okay,
Sue.
thank you. So we've had a briefing on this, but I wasn't clear and I wanted guidance and a decision today so I can write the policy. And there seemed to me to be two key issues to resolve. One was whether the current policy relating to distributing a percentage to district-wide rates continues. And you'll recall in the past, we've had up to 20% going from the catchment area into a district-wide pot. And that was reduced beginning of this term to 10%. So that's why I proposed either 5% or nothing. And then that came through from the briefing, but I wasn't sure what to select. So I thought I'll let you choose, but that's your job. And secondly, the issue whether the distribution of part of the current district-wide rates is allocated to grants. So we currently have about 1.5 million, I think, in district-wide rates, of which we're using 250,000 each year, around about 250,000 each year to give to grants. And I've shown you on the second page the last 2 years and where those those funds have been spent in what area. So really, it's just a simple paper because I need two key issues resolved so I can write the policy and bring that back to you. So.
Okay, any questions? No questions?
I will, yeah. So because I was late coming in, I didn't actually see which option we've gone with, sorry.
Okay, questions from Councillor Vincent and Councillor Nair, is it?
Can we just clarify what the
Option B and D has been moved and seconded.
B and D?
You can put it on the thing again if you want.
Could I just clarify then, Mr. Mayor, with your forbearance? If there was a really cause, was a facility that might as being of district-wide benefit, that it's in theory the Diagonal Pool is of region benefit and how it got funding it with is the only 50-metre pool in Northland. There might be some other facility, and I'm not too sure which side of the line, for instance, the Lincoln Downs potential mountain bike park fit funding for, say, if this funds drawn from, say, this immediate area here. For instance, like, because that is a facility which has the potential to be region-wide and benefit maybe even drawing people from Auckland as much. All right.
Look, I'll address that when I speak, but could you ask questions of Sue?
Yeah, so does it mean that with taking options B and D, we wouldn't have any capability of cycling off some amount for something which was a larger project, not just regular size reserve or playgrounds or whatever within another part of the district which hadn't had the same growth?
So what could be done, so no, it doesn't mean that, but it means it may be funded from a different area. So reserve contributions have to be related to growth as do development contributions. But if there was no district-wide contributions for reserve contributions, then council, if you had a project coming through like the pool, you'd have to, a swimming pool in Dargaville, which you were talking about, then you'd have to look at what's the growth and who should be paying for it, as in the people, and could they have a community, we do have a community DC, which is for the libraries. So we could add to that, that's a possibility. So you could think of a DC, or it could be funded by debt or that. So at the time, we would look at what was available to us, but it really has to be based on growth.
Yeah, I get that, and I endorse that approach. But I'm just thinking that there might be something that is a facility in one place that isn't in the same catchment area as we've identified about 4 different or 5 different areas.
4 different areas
across the district. If the actual location of the ideal site for this, let's say a skate park.
This is where the money comes.
Yeah, can we draw money from elsewhere in the district to support that?
We can, but it may not be from reserve contributions, depending on what the final policy looks like.
I mean, if the policy might allow for something like that, because it talks about, because it might, I was just wondering, interpreting the, or even if it was paragraph A, that was, I don't, and I'm just trying to clarify my thinking on this with, in general principle, I don't endorse the idea of this, a reserve contribution is generated by an activity in one part of the district, that it should, as a matter of course, be spent in another part of the district, okay? It's just that sometimes there can be something of major significance that is actually going to provide meeting of the need for recreational purposes, even though it's not located in the area that the money was drawn from.
So through the chair, if there was something like a swimming pool at Mangawhai, make that easy, then what we could do is
link it down.
Yeah, we'll link it down. Well, then we could look at different funding options. If you believe that it was needed because of growth, then we could look at each of the 4 areas making a similar contribution. So you could take it from the in that way. So that would be one way, but that's not what I'm asking at the moment. So
okay, because I just would like that pathway to be open. Yes, that's one way it could be. Okay, thank you. Sorry to take so long about that.
Yeah, that's right.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can actually help Mr. Vincent. In this agenda, there's an item whereby the district-wide reserve contribution of 130,000 or something is being attributed to Alamar Crescent, Carpark. So obviously this change which you are proposing is happening after you have taken all the money?
So through the chair, yes, there would be, there currently is, I think at the end of June, about 1.5 in the balance. There will be a further reserve contributions distribution coming out soon, which is for another about 250,000. And then there are some projects that are still to come out, and there may be other district-wide projects, and they are generally car parks, playgrounds, and I can't remember, might be I can't recall what it says in the policy itself. It uses the district, that's basically attributable to the district-wide that we've tried, playgrounds, I can't recall. There's 3 things. So yes, there could be some further things to be attributable to utilise the money that's currently in district-wide for the next couple of years. So and we would look to utilise it so that it wasn't there anymore.
So just in the same breath, you mentioned that you're proposing 10% down from whatever 20% we had before, and then to 5%. That was
so no, 20% was what the commissioners had in place, and there was very few development contributions at that time. So the last council wanted to reduce it because it was basically the same amount of contributions because there was far more development occurring, and so the amount that was going to district-wide was too much to be able to be spent. So we had one briefing and it wasn't clear what councillors wanted. So I've put up some options, but there could be other options. The mayor's come in and said he's proposing B and D.
All right, thank you.
Questions? Okay, thank you. Move a statement. Yeah, look, I think this is an opportunity to get definitive use of the money where it's actually sourced from, and we've got, particularly with our upcoming, we have our upcoming 10-year plan adopted. I'm very confident we'll have extreme growth in the district, and whether it's Paparoa, Mangawhai, Pahi, Dargaville, Mangawhai, wherever, you know, you've got, I think there's an application for quite a few lots in Mangawhai, for example. I want that money needs to be collected there. Those reserve contributions need to be spent where they're collected and put in the bucket and then used for to compensate for the effects of those developments. And you know, for example, in Dargaville, we've got Greenlight Heights coming on the racecourse, etc. They will be generating a lot of pressure on infrastructure and parks and reserves, etc. And the money that's gathered from them, I believe, needs to be spent there. And that's the purpose of the reserve contributions. So that's what I've got to say about that. Councillor Lambeth.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one quick fact check. The swimming pool never drew any money from the reserve contributions. I just want to clear that up in case people think it was introduced as a fact on today's date, which it wasn't. I find it also ironic that some people complaining about stuff being drafted out to the east side, now that we want to silo it, they complain again. So yeah, but anyway, yes, it will make sure that where the need is, it's spent there. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Naya.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I beg to disagree with the fellow councillor. I think reserve contribution district-wise was a bucket which was used. I mean, there's an example, Alamar Crescent, nothing to do with East Invest. And if you look at in the discussion column, a lot of people took money from the reserve contribution festival fund, which is also part of it, I understand. So all those options obviously are gone. So I don't see a logic in whatever clearing the bucket, and then you may be sitting to having $2 million sitting in Mangawhai doing nothing when your Alamar Crescent Park Crescent is going over budget and need another 150,000. So I mean, no one is getting benefit. It was a bucket which anybody who needed money can get it. So I don't think it's a good idea. So I will be against it. Thank you.
Councillor Rachel Williams, followed by Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the point here is that growth pays for growth.
That's my line.
It wasn't always 80-20%. It was actually 60-40. So 40% was taken from Mangawhai to put into the district wide. 40%. Okay, so then it went to 20. Now it's 10. Now I'm saying no siphoning. There are other processes for infrastructure and projects to be put through council. That is a long-term plan and the annual plan process. So I wholeheartedly support this.
Councillor Vincent.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so most of my lines have been taken. From the development contribution story about growth funding growth, and I think this is another aspect, because to me, the only way we can justify taking a reserves contribution at all is because there will result in otherwise an unmet need that needs to be funded from somewhere. And so for whatever money gets distributed further afield in the area where the growth is happening, then that will result in a pent-up unmet need. The other thing is where there's in low or no growth areas, there will be existing facilities that will either need to be renewed or upgraded, and that's what, in my view, people pay rates for. That we've got to, and as Councillor Williams said, through the LTP process, we identify those projects and fund them through that process. So yeah, I mean, I have some feelings of nostalgia about it, I suppose, but I think that the approach is the purest one in relation to what the intention of harvesting reserve contributions is for. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, I concur with some of the sentiments already expressed, and you know, we've just been through the Local Government Act method using development contributions to fund growth, and now we're talking about the Resource Management Act method of using financial contributions, which reserve financial contribution. And once again, then our policy is clear in saying that it's intended to compensate for the effects of growth in an area, and it needs to be used to upgrade parks or to acquire existing or acquire new parks to compensate for the effects of that growth. So for a landowner who's being asked to fork out 25,000 or more oftentimes, I could see it wouldn't sit very well with them to see it used for a completely unrelated purpose. It wasn't as a result of the growth that they were causing. And I think that the district's changing rapidly, as the Mayor has alluded to. You know, they see a lot of new growth with the proposed district plan. It could happen in various places. We don't yet entirely know where it will happen first, but you know, we do know it's going to happen in Dargawal, big one, and Dargawal and surrounds is a big area, and we need to make sure that that money all lands on providing upgrades and new facilities in that area. And I concur with what Councillor Vincent's alluded as well. You know, there are appropriate mechanisms for paying for projects. Now, yeah. And I might not have time for that, sorry, but you know, we do have those mechanisms through our long-term plan and our annual plan for the public to come to us with projects that they want completed, and we can fund them through the appropriate mechanisms. Growth should pay for growth, but it can't also pay for low growth and no growth projects, and we need to make sure we're on top of those to upgrade facilities in low growth areas and using general rate through our long-term plan and our annual plan.
Mr. Mayor, would you just allow me to finish off what I would have said?
You want to say something else?
In the same vein as though.
Yeah, I'll let you speak.
My speech. Am I not permitted to breathe? Well, I sort of
I'm thinking about finishing saying, Councillor Larson, I'm sorry.
Well, I probably would have, but
Why don't you speak both in?
I'll let Councillor Vincent have a second speech, and then I might come back and have my second.
It's just that it also occurred to me, Mr. Mayor, thank you for your forbearance, that in relation to those areas that don't have the growth to say create new stuff, but it still needs to be renewed, it's not just rates. If we're doing our job properly, we will have been signing depreciation funding to those existing assets to provide for their renewal, so it's not actually directly out of rate straight off. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I continue?
Yes, you can.
Thank you, Your Worship. Start my time again. Thank you. So the policy was always intended to, and it's quite explicit in there actually, it says that the funds will generally be used in the area in which they were collected. The only difference from that is if there was additional funds beyond what was needed, which Councillor Vincent would raise again, well, why are you collecting them if they're not needed? What happened actually is that the policy always predicated, and it's still in this, the fingerprints of it are still in there, that if there was sufficient funds collected in a catchment area, then a contestable round might be held. But that got simplified through operations and became, no, we're just going to do one across the whole district.
Yeah.
And that really got away from the purpose the money was being collected and the intention of the policy. So I think that what's being proposed is good. I agree with Councillor Vincent for a third time. This is the purest way of doing this, and let's make sure we get some good results out of it going forward. Thank you.
Thank you for that lengthy explanation of your thinking. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'm going to end up repeating some of the things that have been said, but I am happy about this because it does get it back to what the principle was of this concept. It's a great fun to have, and there are more and more areas within the whole district that are growing and will have funds. And I think that there is a lot to be done over here that can utilise the funds. Specifically, I think that it's a very good move to correct issues that were created by previous councils being very generous with the funds in distribution.
Okay, anyone else would like to have a say? Okay, I will, as the mover, I will have the last say, and I'm not going to say anything. I think we've traversed the whole thing pretty well, and let's look forward to reserve contributions throughout the district being generated and being used where they are generated for the growth that we are incurring. Okay, so I put that to vote. All those in favour raise their hand, say aye. Aye. Against? Motion carried. Okay, next on our list is item 4.7, Community Assistance Policy 2025. It's the recommendation is that the Kaipara District Council adopts the Community Assistance Policy provided that attachment B and delegates authority to the Mayor and Chief Executive to approve minor accuracy, grammatical formatting or typographical amendments that do not alter the intent of the information in the Community Assistance Policy. I'll move that. Can I have a seconder?
Second.
Thank you. Welcome, Jenny.
Purpose of the, as our worship the Mayor has just said, the purpose of the report is to seek approval for the adoption of the Community Assistance Policy. I presented to you at the council briefing on the 7th of May, and there was no recommendations for any further changes. So I take it that this report is read.
Any questions? Thank you, Jenny. Drop lightly today. Okay. Yes, I'm really happy with that. I'm not going to elaborate on it. I think it's pretty straightforward. Councillor Nair.
Yeah, it looks very, I mean, a lot of things have been cut off, and I think for good. I think it will only work better this way. Thank you.
The other elected members wish to speak. Okay, let's put that to the vote. Look at all those in favour, raise their hand, say aye. Aye. Against? Motion carried. Okay. Item 4.8. Roading and Footpath Budget Amendment Authorisation, and we have Jesse Allison. The recommendation is the Council approves the collective transfer of 2.58 from unsubsidised roading and footpath budgets to achieve a subsidised program of works totaling 7,260,000. I'll move that. Can I have a seconder, please? Yep. Councillor Howard, thank you. Welcome again, Jessie.
Thank you. So yes, this is just a budget reallocation decision. We're asking for 2.8 million of unsubsidised roading budgets to be transferred into a new $7.3 million subsidised roading program. The roading manager made a successful bid with NZTA for a low-cost, low-risk local road improvements program at a 62% subsidy rate. This requires local funding of 2.8 million and would achieve NZTA funding of 4.5 million. To make this 2.8 million up, it was proposed that we use the remainder of the 2.4 million that we had in the unsubsidised budgets. There was a remainder of 1.9 available and a further 865,000 from the Drainage and Footpath unsubsidised program. The work being done is virtually the same, whether this was subsidised or not, but this would achieve additional spend on Kaipara's roading network. In the report, I've split it out by financial year. And staff are just asking council to approve the transfer of funds as the outside staff delegations. I see this as a good achievement from the roading team and a good result for Kaipara. Happy to take any questions.
Any question, councillor Lambeth?
You know the question I'm going to ask. I'm looking at two things here, got to do with the Victoria Street widening resilience improvements and the Victoria Street drainage and intersection improvement. I don't know if you recall, back a few months ago, managed to get an allocation of 550,000 for the Victoria Street drainage. I take it that has not been absorbed into this, that still stays separate?
That's correct.
So there is additional funding which we could apply for to complete that project if it's a little bit over there.
That's right. Left inside the drainage and footpath pot, we have 1.135 million, and roading do tend to try and turn that unsubsidised funding into subsidised funding if they can, if NZTA will accept that.
Yeah, just what I'm saying is we've got a head start on this one.
Still got some money there.
Yep, Judy, thank you.
Thanks, Howard, is it?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Jesse. Look, good use of the funds, and hopefully we'll make really good progress. I do have two specific queries, and I'm very sorry they're locally related. We don't have, and there's specifically footpaths, given that footpath money coming in, Jack Boyd Drive, my old heart, and the one down Mangawhai Heads Road to Hibiscus Lane. They're not on the list. I just wonder why they weren't actually brought forward, because they have been discussed.
I'm really unsure of that.
Just don't want to lose sight of them.
I could get the roading manager to respond on those ones. I'm sure they'll know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, councillor Naya, I think was next, followed by councillor Williams.
So, thanks for that, Jesse. Obviously, you would not know my questions because they are related to maybe the roading manager is going to answer.
Oh yes, roading manager, right there.
Who is the roading manager now?
Kurt.
Are you gonna from there, not from there? Okay. So there is. Yeah. That's public, isn't it? That's public space. Yeah, it's just that there's so projects, we don't know how much money is going where in terms of this thing. But you have mentioned mostly safety widening kind of thing. Is it an initiative NZTA has proposed and that's why you've taken it, or what is it? I don't understand, because something new is happening here.
So if I go through the chair, it's a function of NZTA's funding rules. A lot of those projects that are listed there, they're not all the projects, they're generally related to sections of roads that we're going to do rehabilitation on. Victoria Street and Deliberations is one of them. Technically, under the rehabilitation budget, which is another bucket of money that we have, we can only replace lot for lot. If you want to go and widen and put curb and drainage, it's technically an improvement, and then it comes out of a different bucket of money, and that's this bucket of money.
Okay.
So what we're doing in rehabs will quite often dictate the program as a priority of what we're going to use some of this funds for, but there will be some funds left over for some other isolated projects that under those funding rules we will be able to do, but we haven't yet prioritised that and had a discussion with council about that.
That's good. And just one more, this bridge on Hakai, the single lane one, I think it was talked about many times. So is it too expensive to be a part of it or what?
So yes, it's a different bucket of money anyway. That's a completely different funding category. And the moment it goes over $2 million, which that one will do, you need specific business case approval for that specific project from NZTA. And we don't have that at the moment, and there is no funding set aside, subsidised funding set aside for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions?
From there,
Councillor Lambeth.
just on a follow on from there, the new motorway will be coming down that road, won't it? The off ramp to, would NZTA be more interested in it then?
Well, I don't know. You know, they're just showing indicative alignment of where they're going to go, and I haven't seen detail where they're going to show off ramps, etc. So what they'll probably argue is when they do the 4-laning, there's the need for these bypasses. It's probably going to go right down, so they won't be interested in the local. I'm pretty sure it'll be there. I'll be
Okay, thank you. No further questions? Thank you. You can stand down. Statement. I'm not going to elaborate more on this. We'll understand what's at play here. Councillor Howard.
Nothing further to add.
Any other elected members wish to speak?
I guess.
So Naya.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'll just say a few words. Obviously, it's a good thing. I'm happy with that, but I sometimes wonder how we can find money. I think we did same exercise for about 6 million recent few months ago, taking money for the projects which were not improved and put in that bucket. So I hope this 2.758 million is available, or is it more available? I have no idea. So it's strange to find that there is money sitting there. So I'd like to know at some point how much more balance is available so we can get some money off to the West. Thank you.
Who else was to have a say here? Councillor Lambeth?
Yeah, I'll quickly harp on about what I was going on during question time there. Very excited about this with the Victoria Street widening improvements and the Victoria Street drainage and intersection, capitalising on top of that decision that was made by council earlier in the year with that. Hopefully we can leverage off that. We've got a start to the project and hopefully this will help finish it. Thank you.
Okay, as a mover, I'll just sum it up. But yeah, it's good to see some of these projects with ticks beside them and getting them started and finished would be great. Okay, all those in favour, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carried. Thank you. Okay, item 4.9, Mangawhai Alamar Crescent Carpark upgrade additional funding. Have I got a mover for that? Have I got a move for that? Okay, I'll move it. Howard. In presenting this, welcome Brian Hagan, our Manager Project Delivery, and Sue Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and elected members. Obviously here to present a report on a request for additional funding for Alamar Crescent Carpark upgrade. I trust you've had the opportunity to read the report, but in summary, Bidden was discovered soon after commencing the project, within a couple of days of, and the accidental discovery protocol was initiated. So the site was basically shut down until the archaeologist could get in there and do his inspection. That's incurred additional costs for their services, additional kaitiaki overwatch services, and stand down of the contractor as well. So the additional costs incurred are approximately 170,000. So we're requesting that we can acquire additional funding to complete the project. I'll take any questions. Thank you.
That's the last.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, Brian, could we have the breakdown of what those costs, the totals made up of, please? Was it?
There is a summary through the chair. There's a summary on page 2. So the additional funding required, firstly, is some contingency funding. So I just probably need to explain that a little bit. We started the project with a very tight budget. The intention was to run the project with our internal delivery team. Unfortunately, our internal PM has got a serious medical situation, so he's currently on extended leave. So we've engaged the services of an external PM. So that's incurred some additional cost. So that's what that contingency relates to, because we basically had no contingencies project, and we're hoping to obviously pull the project without incurring additional costs. That was not to occur. So the archaeological costs, 65,450, also encompasses the Kaitiaki services as well. So those two are combined. I can't give you a breakdown at the moment exactly what those two and how they're split, but I can find that out for you.
Right.
And the contracted claim, $60,000. It's currently a $42,000 claim for stand down period. So that's approximately 3 weeks of delay incurred to date. I've allowed an additional 20,000 on that to basically cover the time frame. It's currently underway, the archaeological investigation, and the contractors with that. So I've allowed $60,000 to cover the current claim, plus added approximately 50% top to cover the current week's investigation that's been carried out. So that's where those costs fall. So they're 125,000 additional. So it brings our budget to 603 from a from the original budget that was there. So we now need 165, 150 additional. So requesting we round it up to 170.
How do we go about procuring the geology and Kaitiaki services?
So through Heritage New Zealand, there's basically we're obligated to contact them initially, and then we engage with the locally designated archaeologist. I don't know, I think his name's Jono, but I don't know the actual, I know more details than that.
The point I'm getting to is that $65,000 seems a large amount of money to look at some shell and some sand.
Yeah, I agree.
And is there any sense check around how much that's costing? Is there any competitiveness in the process? Because if we just go to the local guy and he says, this is what you pay, how we know we're getting good value for money?
Well, through the chair, I don't disagree with you, but unfortunately that's the current process that we have to follow.
And is that a statutory process that Heritage New Zealand have a designated archaeologist in our local area, and that person has a monopoly on all work in our district?
I believe that is the case, yes.
It'd be interesting to have a bit of a closer look at that.
Mm.
Of our other procurement processes, we have to demonstrate some form of competitiveness.
I agree.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question, obviously. Heritage New Zealand is one thing, archaeological, issue is another thing. But we have Mana Whenua here, responsible representative. Don't they provide a service on this? Middens is obviously some food things buried there for long. So it is more of an EV matter rather than an archaeological matter, isn't it? So they might have some arm which can do it for 10,000 koha.
No, there's two separate elements there. So the Heritage New Zealand element and the archaeologist is one element of that.
Yeah.
The Kaitiaki services is a totally different element that needs to be allowed for in the due process.
So Mana Whenua cannot help in this matter?
Well, they basically have to overwatch the project. So if there's any excavation, and especially close to the foreshore like this is, then they have to be there to basically see what's going on, identify any middens if they occur.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I'm actually really interested to know what constitutes a midden, and who identified it and said that it was a midden.
I wasn't there personally, but I believe the Kaitiaki identified it, and then the archaeologist was called to investigate, and then he basically agreed with that identification, and that's when the site was isolated and the site was shut down.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could you clarify for the total budget for the project was 600,000? around that?
What will be bonus?
I just wondered, could you break out, where that money's coming from? So is it general rates or reserve contributions from Mangawhai? What's the actual makeup of that amount?
The original 435,000 has come from Mangawhai and surrounds reserve contribution funds.
So that has paid for the.
It's paying for it, yeah, it's stopped.
But it's not general rate.
No.
It's from Mangawhai's reserve contribution.
That's right.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
My question. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Well, Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So, Brian, can I just be quite clear here? Is it this little circle in red with the arrow where the minute is?
So through the chair, yes, that's where it was discovered, but now basically you see the pink area there that extends through that car park space. So that's the designated excavation area. So that whole area now gets investigated. They're also investigating opposite that. There's several other areas that they're investigating. Basically, they're covering just about everything on the site that has any element of excavation. They're investigating that entire area.
This area has been driven over and parked on for God knows how many years. Where does the responsibility fall on the iwi, to contribute to something like this?
Through the chair, I can't really answer that, to be honest. Unclear of the iwi obligations in that regard.
So we will get
It's interesting.
Hayley to come in here, Councillor.
So just through the chair, when we do identify an archaeological site, regardless of what era it's from, how long's in there or who left it, we have to contact Heritage New Zealand straight away. So that's nothing to do with PDC. We have to stop work. We have to advise them, and they will come in and tell us what to do and how long to stop work for. There is a national website where we can go into and say, we've identified a midden or an archaeological site, and here it is, and there's a record of those. So before projects, we would usually check to see if there'd been identified sites there before, and we would either avoid them or we would plan for that destruction. But until we identify them, we can't put them in that system and know to stay away from them.
Thanks, but my point was, is there any liability, or no, not liability, responsibility for the iwi to contribute?
No, so Heritage New Zealand come in and they will, whoever is running the project has to pay. The Heritage New Zealand might identify someone from the iwi representative group to come in and support. Yeah, but they won't, it's a council project, the council's paying for, council are required to pay.
Can I ask what some of the likely scenarios are here? So they're going to dig this up.
Correct, yes.
So digging it up would destroy it in any case, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, they basically trench the areas to identify, and if there's something discovered, they then open it up further.
Oh, yeah.
So
the end game is we still get to complete a project over that area or not?
Absolutely, yes, that's the understanding, yes. I believe there's a process of either reburying the midden or somehow they record it, obviously, it goes onto a national register, and then, unfortunately, we look at the cost.
But surely they must remove, and they dig it all out, they remove it all, put it somewhere else.
No, so through the chair, they would just, like Brian said, they would photograph it, record the details that they found there and put them in the register, unless there was like a significant find, and then, that would really be out of our hands at that point, but
so,
it's a midden, not a significant.
Are we going to seal over?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Protect it.
Okay, one more question from Councillor Lambeth.
Oh, okay.
Was this known about beforehand? Because I'm looking at what's there. And it appears as though everything's been built around this. Has it been known about for years and those records have disappeared or not?
So through the chair, I believe when the toilet was constructed, which is sort of diagonally opposite that area, you'll see the new toilet in the corner there. I believe they discovered a midden there. But other than that, that was the only knowledge we had of middens in the region. Yeah.
What happened with that midden? Did you spend
Same-
70,000 on that?
Same process occurred, I believe, yes. And the archaeologists identified it was potentially the same midden, but on a larger scale.
Wrapped up.
Really, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, I think I'm reading the room. Obviously, there's a level of frustration from the council. Yeah, I think it's fair to say there's a level of frustration from the staff too. It is a situation we are in, and it is what it is, unfortunately. And you know, the decision in front of you today is to pay the additional to agree the additional budget so we can continue and finish this project. But I just wanted to echo the frustration from the staff is the same as the frustration from elected members. However, we do have to follow the process that is outlined.
Okay, I'm going to make my move a statement and move on from the questioning because I think we've covered this. Yeah, this is disappointing. The only thing I would say is let's make sure we follow a process as best we can to get a result as quickly as we can to move forward. And I'd like to make sure that maybe there's opportunities going forward where we can avoid this situation. I'm not sure. Second is statement, Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I echo what you've already said. I want to register for us all the incredible costs, out of proportion. It's not negating the history and elements like that, but it is an insane amount of money to start to do something that is ultimately sealed over. But such is life. That's what we've got to live with, and I think it's one of those lessons that you learn in the hard way.
Okay, any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Larson, Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think we should take some learnings out of this. I want to understand how these costs are arising so high. We're basically looking at a bit of sand and shell. It seems ridiculous. And I've heard from the answers there today that maybe there isn't any competition in the providing of those services. And I'll better understand how this actually came about, who actually identified it as a midden, and what the flow-on consequences are in terms of that being connected to work to. Thank you.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think it's a good idea to, I agree with the comments of Councillor Larson, that the learning is that we should first, when we are starting a project, to actually consult Mana Whenua to see whether it's a par site or a midden site or whatever. And we have a fairly good idea whether we should proceed with it or which way we should proceed with it. Because I'm just worried, even if we sanction this amount, when the digging goes, it may be a par site. So anyway, good luck. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to, anyone else? Councillor Williams, yep.
Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, I agree with a lot of what's really said around the table. I guess anywhere that you are near the beach, sand, there is always a possibility that there will be middens. And we just have to go through the process that we've got to work through at the moment. My concern is that Labour weekend is 5 months away, and this is one of the busiest boating areas, car parking. It's the only boat ramp, so I'd just like to see it as long as quickly as it could, if possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. Our business isn't in archaeology, so you know, who knows what actually goes into looking at a bit of sand and some shells, and the training and the qualifications to do so. I guess the only comment I really want to make, I mean, I understand, I get the frustrations, absolutely, I do, but I guess the only comment I want to make is if we all went back to where we came from, we're dealing with much bigger, much more significant, and much more expensive issues with the countries that have a much deeper history. So I guess the slight, you know, I'm not negating the history of this country, but the slight little silver lining, I suppose, is that this is quite insignificant. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm not going to make any more comments because I might get in trouble. All those in favour, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All those against? Carried, thank you. Look, I've got an important phone call to make. I'm going to ask Deputy Mayor Larson to do 3 or 4 items while I'm out of the room. Thank you.
Are we having a break or something?
What would happen? What would happen there?
Sorry.
The glass.
What would
Look at every government department.
find money? Slash dumps.
And that doesn't make.
But the thing that has been overlooked there, what if they found something really significant archaeologically there? Wouldn't it be great? Yeah, I know.
Wouldn't that be a boost for the Mangawhai Museum?
Okay, thank you, everybody. Next up, we have the application for road legalisation through a stopping and exchange at Fork Road. We have a recommendation there from staff. I'm happy to move that. Do I have a second?
I can see.
Councillor Naya.
That's right.
And presenting this item is Kurt Martin. Thank you, Kurt. The floor is yours.
Good, thank you. Afternoon, everybody. Another fairly straightforward instance of a road encroaching on private property, moving outside the legal road alignment. So we're just looking to legalise that by way of effectively swapping road reserve for the adjacent private property, which is by far the cheapest option. Figure 1 on page 132 gives a good indication of the don't know why some planner at some point put a dog leg in the legal road, but they did. She brought the road straight on and we just want to move the road alignment effectively. Road.
Okay, thank you, Kurt. There's fairly burning questions. Councillor Lambeth, Councillor Wilson Collins.
Thank you. Through the Deputy Mayor, Chair. In the past, there has been a cost to the landowner. Is there a cost to the landowner in this situation?
So through the chair, the landowner is paying their own legal costs. So we, normally if council initiates it, we want to do it, we would normally incur all their legal costs and valuation, etc. They've initiated it, but said they'll wear their legal costs and the council will have to just wear the costs of doing the legal, the survey, etc.
Councillor Wilson Collins is out. Councillor Vincent, then Councillor Naya.
Oh, yeah, I'm just not, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's not entirely clear to me if there is a severance being created that will end up on its own, or is it being amalgamated with the adjoining land once the process is complete?
So through the chair, it's the same property owner on both sides. So the severance and the agreement must be amalgamated into the adjacent property.
Oh, it's being amalgamated. Okay, that's cool. I've no problem with it otherwise.
Councillor Naya.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one. Ford Road is the one when the main road closes, people use. Is it that part or will it affect that bypass? Because I remember going on Ford Road, going to Dagaville from Mangatroto. The Ford Road was the road which was suggested when there was a crash. So this taking away of whatever, I don't know what is the size of encroachment, will not somehow, the road will still be as wide and everything,
Yeah, so through the chair, the actual formed road itself is not affected at all. We effectively just moving the legal boundaries on either side.
Okay, thank you. That's good.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you. No, Chris, just answered the question I had.
Okay, thank you, Kurt. You can stand down. Okay, there's just really a procedural matter here to fix this road up. That's all I've got to say. Second to Councillor Naya.
Yeah, we should do these things as fast as we can. So happy with that. Thank you.
Any other members wish to speak?
It's only taken 31 years so far, according to the.
30. That's quick. That's not quick. Well, that's what I'm suggesting.
Okay, thank you. I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? A motion carried.
Another thing we've got done.
Okay, we are moving on to item 4.11.
Hibiscus.
Yeah.
Here it is.
Yeah, I just.
Okay, temporary road closure approval, Hibiscus Coast Motorsport Club Rally, July 2025. We have a recommendation from staff there. Does someone want to move that?
I can move.
Councillor Nair, and a seconder, please. Councillor Howard. Speaking to this, we have Hayley, Infrastructure Officer. Thank you, Hayley. Floor is yours, Hayley. Away you go.
Thank you, Chair. This is just the report for the temporary road closure to run a safe motorsport rally event in July. The requesting the road be closed from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. on the 27th of July, which is the Sunday. And they have done a public notification and letter drops on the residents along this road, and we have not received any formal objections.
Okay, thank you. Hayley, does any questions?
I have a
Councillor Vincent, then Councillor Nair.
I presume this is very similar to other previous events. On the same stretch of road, have we had it on this bit of road before?
No, so this is a different stretch of road. They have consulted residents along this road previously, and they're picking the roads that they are the most happy with least objections on. So,
and also, like 27th of July is pretty well slap bang in the middle of winter. I presume there's going to be a bond to cover damage, like to reinstate the thing. But it's is there like if the weather conditions were too extreme, do we have a bailout clause?
that was a road.
Just so to the chair, no, as part of our general things, we don't generally include that. We normally leave it up to the event organisers to make that call whether it's the conditions are inappropriate for their event. I mean, legally, I guess, if from a health and safety point of view, we could step in and shut it down if it was that dire.
I just was thinking, like, if you have a bout of heavy rain and trying to have a whole lot of vehicles going over that bit of road, it would possibly cause more traumatic effect than not having it. So that was the only reason for my question. That was all.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Chair. No, just one question. Obviously, we're living in an age of digital world, and I'm wondering HCMC will actually do the letter drop, because I've noticed that it doesn't happen in many instances, and people who are not on the Facebook would not have a clue.
So I can, through this, I can confirm they've done the letter drop, and they will be doing another one into another week.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Hayley and Kurt. You can stand down. Councillor Nair.
Yeah, well, I think we should have done it in 5 minutes. There's no need for questions. I shouldn't have asked. Thank you.
Councillor Howard.
There's a lesson there. No, all good. My concern was HCMC doing sufficient to notify people, but I said they're doing a second mail out, and it's got no responses. As long as the ratepayers are happy.
Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Nair.
Nothing further to add. Hopefully it'll be a incident-free event. Thank you.
Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carried. Okay, we have now one item left in our decision-making section. Which is item 4.12, road naming applications for approval, May 2025. We have a recommendation in front of us there. I'm happy to move that. Do I have a seconder?
I can.
Councillor Williams, thank you. Speaking to this item is Debbie Ravji. Debbie, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and councillors. I'm presenting the road applications from 2 developers seeking approval today. I would take the report as read. The 2 developers are Mangawhai Central, and we have 6 new roads going into the development there, 1 being private and 5 being public. And we have also Finch developers in Mangawhai. They have 2 private roads, and they're seeking approval of those names as well.
Okay, thank you, Debbie. Do we have any questions? Councillor Vincent.
Yes, I circulated some questions beforehand, which I will read out. The road naming policy provides for a definition of way as a winding or curved track for passing along. The Mangawhai Central roads do not look much like that. On the other hand, the Finch applications use suffixes which fit the policy's direction that they are reserved for public roads. And saying this is perhaps more the critical one because it might lead to the new owners to believe that they are public roads and that council is responsible for their maintenance. Is it possible to go back to the applicants on these points?
Through the chair, ways suffix of Mangawhai Central, if I can just answer per applicant. I take the point that strictly speaking, the proposed ways are not a winding and curved track. But if you look at Appendix 3, potentially it says narrow road and right of way. Could be used for lane, track or way. So I was looking at Mangawhai Central in that vein. But I have gone back to Ansell Fund 12 Limited, and they would consider the word place instead of way, but are reluctant. I did work with Lynn's reviewing the proposed names for Mangawhai Central, and they were happy with the suffix being way. In the respect of the Finch Limited, I acknowledge by definition the private ways, such as the proposed Jacob Place, is not a road under S351 section of the Local Government Act 1974. But it also refers to roadways. So the developer has said he would be happy with Jacob's Way if the councillors would like to amend his request. I do have some existing private ways which have the suffix as place. There is Blackbird Place off Jack Boyd Road, and there's also Pauline Ann Place, which is off Tea Tree Place in Mangawhai, and they are both private roads.
I couldn't fix those ones, but it's just a question of we've got a policy. Should we be following the policy?
Well, yes, I'm just trying not to be too pedantic, but
Okay, I'm just being pedantic. That's all right.
yes.
Oh,
no.
Thank you for your entry, Vincent. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Debbie, you can stand down.
Thank you.
I think this is a pretty straightforward matter. We're trying to accommodate landowners to have names that they want and like wherever we can, which is what we've been pretty consistent with throughout the term. And Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Yes, I agree totally, and I think, Lynn's has approved all of these, so I'm quite happy to support it.
Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Nair.
Yeah, all I want to say, wherever there is will, there is a way. So I mean, even if it's not the way, which is the policy direct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other elected members? Councillor Vincent.
I better finish up. I don't think I can support this because it's such an obvious deviation from a policy which we have adopted, and it would have easily have been fixed if it had been addressed at the beginning of the process.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Motion carried. Okay, we will have a 5-minute break now. Thank you.
Okay, item 5.1, Coastguard New Zealand Mangawhai trial. I'll move that. Can I have a seconder?
I can second.
Dash, okay, Fleur Denise.
Good afternoon, councillors, Mr Mayor. Hopefully you've all had a chance to have a bit of a read of the report. So today's report, we're not looking for a decision. It's just an information report. We had Coastguard come to council earlier on this year to talk about a trial that they wanted to run in Mangawhai. Since then, staff have been working with Coastguard, identified some areas, 3 areas that you can see in the report, that they will use in the trial, which they hope to start Labour weekend and run through to Easter next year. Any questions?
Any questions?
Thank you. Oh, just curious, how the other players, some of the responsibilities are, or powers are overlapping with like surf club and all. They might be doing similar thing.
Yeah.
How are they taking them as an ally or?
Yeah, through the chair, it's a good question. So they work closely with the surf, they're working closely, sorry, with the surf club. There is a distinct, I'm not going to go into the ins and outs of it because I don't know it in detail, but there's a distinct difference between what the surf club would do as function and then what Coastguard would do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Fleur, where are we at? I know that there's 3 options and locations. Where are the discussions at with the Mangawhai? Was it? But it can be grant. Location, that was, I thought that would be.
Oh, sorry, you would have thought that was the preferred?
I
you say?
Was going to be.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, through the chair. So we need to, what we wanted to do is not just focus on one site during the trial, and to actually just, you know what I mean, add some variation to it. Each site's probably got its own intricacies, and the option that's down by the campground would be a separate, from previous conversations that staff, I guess, have had with the campground, that some of the elected members are aware of, that would be something that would need to happen later on down the track, not at this stage.
Right.
If that's what you're meaning.
Where is their boat going to be housed?
So so through the chair, so during operational hours, it will sit in approximately where those dots are. You can't, that's just indicative. And then between the Coastguard and the holiday park, they have reached an agreement between themselves, as I understand, that it'll get stored there when not in use. So it's not going to sit in the reserves, when it's not in use.
I didn't really see the point of having the boat or not stored or parked up here in Mangawhai Park.
No, well, they'll just run operations from there, so it's not going to be stored there. It will be stored, and it's not being used at the holiday park. Yeah.
So that makes it, okay.
Any further questions? Thank you, Fleur. Today. Presentations, move a statement. This is straightforward. I'm not going to make any comments. Second, Councillor Ashnar.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I think I'm happy that there is no clashes and then we are all working together and hopefully the trial will proceed to a full-fledged operation. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? Okay. I've got nothing further to add. All those in favour, raise their hand and say aye. Aye. Against, motion carried. Okay, let's move on to item 5.2. Quarterly performance measures report, January to March 2025. I'll move that. Can I have a seconder?
Yeah.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Maris will present that.
Certainly will. Thank you very much. I mean, obviously the results are there. They've been read. We've received a couple of questions, I think, from Councillor Vincent in advance. What I would say, just as a bit of a highlight on the first page, talks about those that are achieved, those that are at risk, and those that aren't achieved, and explanations are provided in the report. And so, out of the 73 measures in the LTP, we've done fairly well here. So what I will go to is Councillor Vincent's question, which was around the wastewater performance measure on page 199. How did the abatement notices come about? Were they avoidable one-offs or because of structural deficiencies? So we received 4 infringements over the first and second quarters, none in the third quarter, Councillor Vincent. One was for a non-consented discharge from the Mangawhai wastewater treatment plant, where the capacity of the pond couldn't cope with the rainfall.
Oh, that was a natural event.
Yep, that was a natural event. We had for the Dargable wastewater consent, we had one for non-completion of a microbiological report that was required under the consent. So there was a little bit of confusion between NRC and KDC on what sampling was required, and we've sorted that now.
It won't happen again.
Yeah. One was an abatement notice on the Kaiwaka wastewater treatment plant and fecal coliforms. And that is in the process of remediation now. So we've got a program of work in place to remedy that.
To enhance the degree of treatment before discharge. Yeah.
And one was an abatement notice because we missed some environmental sampling upstream and downstream of the Mangawhai wastewater treatment plant. There was apparently some confusion about where we should be taking that sampling from. So we've fixed that as well.
So that's, yeah, so just to get a handle on that, there's like, we haven't had the last of our heavy rainfall events. It's potentially going to happen again in future. That we can do to mitigate the risk of that happening again.
You're talking about the first rainfall event one?
Yeah.
And the Mangawhai plant? Yeah, so I will probably defer to Nick, but I think we've got a program of work around that. I mean, there's only so much you do when there's a huge amount of rain, right?
But I do appreciate that, like in terms of what you've itemised it, and I realise it's a detailed thing, but you're highlighting it sort of has served a purpose, that there has been a response as a result to tidy things up. So I definitely appreciate that. But I would just like to know with that one, because it might well, like we hear around the country, there are non-complying systems that have been like that for 20 years kind of thing. Yeah. And that's why I just wanted to get a handle on, how close to compliance we are.
Yeah, well, we're working towards it. Nick, do you have anything to add to that or not?
So the two main things, sorry, through the chair, the two main things are the Mangawhai wastewater treatment plant and the Kaiwaka treatment plant. We have a consultant in there looking at the Kaiwaka treatment plant now to understand what stages what programs we need to go ahead to give some capacity. The Mangawhai treatment plant is primarily around stormwater flowing into the treatment plant, and we've got a program of work to look at that as well.
See if that can be diverted better.
Correct.
Right, okay. And with the Kaiwaka one, just like we had a solution for Dargawal recently with putting screens in the main aeration pond, so it would increase the detention time, maybe something like that might be applicable for Kaiwaka too.
Yeah, it could well be. I think there's 2 or 3 things that we need to look at.
Okay.
Thank you, Nick.
So is my honorary engineering degree.
Okay.
Any further questions of City Mayor Rachel?
Oh, do you mind, Mr. Mayor, if I just go through, I'll finish what I...
Sure, and then we'll have questions after. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to draw your attention to page 203, page 16 of the report, the open spaces and facilities. So 7.1 talks about percentages of residents who are very satisfied with their local parks and sports field. We're still just below. We're down at 76 and 78 year to date of 86%. We're still trying hard. We're obviously working with our contractor to improve the performance in that area, and we're actively working with them as we've reported to council previously. And of course, you agreed in the last meeting a change in budget for that contract too. So I just want to let you know that we're actively working on that. And on page 206, page 20 of the report, it talks about the regulatory functions. So 8.2 was the building consents process within 20 working days. Target's 100, we're 98.7 for year to date. So there were a couple of misses there, just with some technical errors. And same with the CCCs too. We had some overdue CCCs, which are largely really old applications that sway the numbers.
Technically, that's bloody good.
Yeah, I think it is, actually. What I would say too, and I was going to talk about this in the next report, but I think this one's fine, is I don't know if you noticed, excuse me, Minister Pink announced today, maybe? Yeah, I think it was today. Okay, about having a separate BCA, a privately run and organised and paid for separate BCA across New Zealand that is going to be an option for people to use in the future. He's only announced it, haven't got any detail behind that, how it works. But effectively, the customer is to provide an option for a customer to go through them to get their building consent processed rather than council direct.
The devil there'll be in the detail on whether it's going to cover all sorts of stuff or just define stuff.
Yeah.
One of the things the Minister said was trying to get processing done within 10 days.
Yep, it's that.
However, it's starting off very small and it's not going to be nationwide. It's going to be slowly expanded out.
Yep.
So the Carpark vision start there.
So the
second best in the country.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we're really good.
Yeah, man, we've got up there.
It's the beauty of being small.
The one other point I wanted to add was obviously we now, once we get the annual plan under control here, team, we're going to move into the annual report. When obviously we report on all our measures from the LTP and a full report on this. So that's the next phase of our work here. So this sort of concludes this sort of reporting cycle, shall we say, and then we move straight into annual report and get that done for you.
I see Rachel Williams busting to have a question there.
I have a question.
Thank you.
I'll have Rachel, Councillor Naya and Councillor Helen.
Yeah, my question was to do with solid waste, 6.3. So it says overall percentage of all refuse and recycling diverted from landfill per year, transfer stations. And we have achieved it at 37.5%. What I wanted to ask was, I frequent the Hakaru container, their shop that's there, where they, rescue things out of the landfill and they actually sell them on, like a community shop. Which is absolutely brilliant, and you find some really amazing things. So it's, it's awesome that there is that service there. What I wanted to ask is, I've had somebody else come to me as well to see if that could be expanded on. And I wondered if it was Kaipara Refuse's responsibility, or would we go to them and ask them, or is it KDC? And could we use the waste minimisation fund to action a project there potentially? But I just don't know who would be responsible.
So we'll get that answer. I can't answer it today, but we're happy to take that away and get the team to answer that.
Thank you.
Councillor Naya.
Oh, Mr. Vincent was first. But
anyway. No, I didn't have any question.
Okay, thank you. Just one question. It's more to do with how it is presented. It's 1.0. It's called Roading and Footpath and measured by safety. And 1.1 says that achieved year to date with 4 serious injury crashes. And the way it has been presented, that's what I take objection to actually. The target is 0 or minus. It can never be minus. So it should be 0. And the current year results 1. And in the explanation is also, I take objection to, is say 13 serious crashes were recorded in 23-24. To achieve this measure require less than or equal to 13. So we are not looking for crashes. So I think you should just try to achieve 0, the target, which is so. The explanation at 1.1 is also objectionable, and also the very fact that the 4 serious injury crashes instead of 1 is not achieved.
Thank you, Councillor Nair. So 1.1, these measures were agreed as part of the LTP process. You agreed these? You agreed the wording for them. The target is less than or equal to 0. So
injuries, not 0 crashes.
Yeah. So we can't change them now. So we're.
There have been 4 serious crashes when you had one?
I'd rather have 0 serious crashes.
That's what I'm trying to say. So it's, I would say not achieved. Thank you.
Well, we've got a measure that we're working to, and we report on that measure that you've agreed, and that's the result, councillor Nair.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a very little one. I just wonder with some of these, all good, fair enough. But with some of the, by using percentages, we don't understand the volume side of things. So could we just have a standard format, including numbers on relevant side? You know, numbers don't replace the percentages, I agree, but I'm just looking at 8.2 percentage of building consents processed within 20 days. 98%. Is that?
So
how many were there?
Through you, Mr Mayor, we do present that in the exceptions report every month, and that's all in there. So I mean, it would be double up in some ways, but I mean, in some cases we do, like 3.5.
There are some that you put numbers to the side.
Well, it's there with the building consents. Look on the right-hand side, the building consents column, it gives you the monthly amounts.
Which number are you looking at, councillor Howard? I'm not lady on.
In 8.2.
Building consents, 100%.
Yeah, okay, so it's 24 out of 24 in January, 32 out of 34, 46 out of 47.
That's good.
Yeah, good. Good results.
Thank you.
All right. I can ask you to stand down. I know. You got to hang around. Move a statement. I'm not going to make a statement here. I think we'll reverse this and I'm satisfied with it. Councillor Howard.
Nothing further to add.
Any other elected members wish to speak? Okay. Movers right to reply. I'm going to put this to the vote. All those in favour raise their hands for aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carried. Thank you. Exceptions report 5.3. Notes the exceptions report. I'll move that. Can I have a second?
Okay.
No. Dane, Maris will present this.
Well, I'll just hand over like we normally do every month to Jesse, who's just magically managed to appear out of nowhere to talk to this part of the report. So we'll take the financial stuff first.
Thank you, Jesse. I see Jason's name's on here though. Reporting officer.
Thank you. So the attachment, the finance report, we are reporting much the same reasons for our variances as last time. The subsidy revenue is 7.1 million behind due to the capital roading subsidies. Rates revenue is ahead year to date, largely due to water rates. This could be due to meter reading dates, and we'll have a truer picture by year end. Interest revenue and finance costs are under budget by combined 1.1 million. This is largely due to the capital works program delay, so no new debt was drawn down and cash balances were higher. Employee benefits are well under budget due to vacancies throughout the year. 2 key manager roles have just been filled, which is good news. And these savings are funding the one-off costs as discussed in the annual plan reports earlier in the day. Capital spend is 29.6 million year to date, with carry forward still expected to be 16.5 million. Happy to take questions.
Okay, questions. Councillor Nair.
Thank you. Just one question, Jesse. It may be just a typo. If you look at professional services, is it 11 million or 1.1807? It's like 3 digits, 4 digit instead of 4. It's 3. Professional services, and it's on waters, including wastewater, stormwater, is underspent is 1.1807. Page 223 of PDF. Professional services.
Oh, yes, that should be 1.180. The 7 should be taken off.
So what is it?
That's a typo, sorry.
What is it?
That means that we're underspent on waters consultants. A lot of that's in the plant ops, might be, not sure why.
That's a big money.
That is right.
Good to know 1.18 million spent on professional services.
Savings, yeah, under budget today, yeah.
But under budget?
Under budget.
Yeah.
To read.
No, but what is it about? I mean, this.
Okay, any further questions?
Well, I didn't get answered.
It's consultancy spend in the water space, so saved money.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, you can stand down there, Jesse.
Actually, Jesse, just before you go, I'm just looking at, further on after public debt procurement. There's down there the $531,750 for Breve Street. Where are we at with that? Because we were going to re-review that, weren't we?
It looks like the tender's closed on the 9th of May, and I'm not abreast of those procurements. Sorry.
Is that the Breve Street walkway? Yeah. So the stormwater, So the walkway, we've made sure that we've put that within budget, and repurposed the walkway so that it remains within budget as requested.
Silly stairs down, I think.
We are going to put some stairs down. Yeah, we're going to go straight down. We're just going to tidy up the top half of it and just make sure that's going to spend less there, but make sure it's tidy and strong. And then we are putting the staircase straight down. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's within budget.
Any chance of getting a copy of what's proposed? Please.
Further to that, guys.
Sorry?
Ask a question.
Yeah, sure.
Further to that, will there also be a handrail going down the gravel through there, down the other one? So
is that the Breve Street walkway? Yes. Will there be a handrail? Is that
on the existing pathway that goes down? You know, so you're putting steps down. There is another way around.
No.
So hold on. So just so we're clear, right? So you get into Breve Street and you go down to the path and there's the bush and the little bank on the right hand side. And then when it branches off to the right, in the normal one that branches off to the right, there's a little bit of a faux retaining wall and it goes properly down and curves around his back on the beach, right? So where it goes to the right, instead of going to the right, we're going to go straight down and we're going to put a staircase in place there instead of going to the right, and we're doing nothing. So that will be removed.
That's why we don't need the handrail, because that's what I could use too.
Oh, so you're talking about the handrail on that curvy piece? Yes, no, we're not using that any longer.
Okay.
Starts in 3 weeks' time. Thank you, Eddie.
Very good.
Thank
you. You can leave this time. Okay. Oh no, come back. That's all right. Okay. Yeah, he is going. Okay, Beaver's statement here. Yep, that all looks in order. That's all I have to say. Councillor Nair.
Nothing further to add. Yeah, hopefully things will go better. Thank you.
Any other elected members wish to speak? Okay, movers right to reply. I have nothing further to add. All those in favour raise their hand, say aye. Aye. Those against, motion carried. Okay, 5.4 resolutions register update May 2025. This is to be presented by
me.
Nobody. No,
I can do it.
It's got a line on it.
It is a line every time. Mr. Mayor. You need a mover and a seconder, I think.
I move that though, and then I have a seconder, please. Have a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Lambeth.
Happy days. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, this is just the resolutions register that we report to you. Haven't received no questions from you, but happy to take questions now, if you have any.
Okay, no questions. Alana, you can stand down.
You mean nobody?
Nobody can stand down, right? Okay. All right. I accept that as it's presented. Can I have the second to Councillor Lambeth?
Yes, just reading through it now. It's all there in front of us. Nothing to further add.
Right, so now, any other elected members? I'm waiting, Councillor Nair. Do you wish to speak?
No, I didn't look at it.
Okay.
Hi.
Leave right to reply. All those, I'm not going to add anything to this. All those in favour, raise their hands. Aye.
Aye.
Garrett. Right. Item 6.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're going to move into public excluded.
I recommend to move up. I'll move that. I have a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Larson. All right. All those in favour, raise their hands. Say aye.
If you looked at the agenda, there are no.
Oh, it's done. I'm sorry. I've gone to nobody's. Nobody put this in here. Okay.